Good morning, everyone. E ako hoa o na hapare nei, tēnā koutou, nau mai haere mai ki tēnei hui. Ki te whakamana i te hāpori, kia whakapiti te mauri, me te ora o te taio. Mā koutou e nei kaupapa i tūtuki, mā tauraurau, mā tōku raurau, ka ora ai tātou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Just starting, as I do, with an appropriate mihi for the meeting, and I particularly like this one that was written for me to use because it talks about the need for all of our contributions to come together for a strong result for the community, and that's what I like about it. So good morning, everyone, on what is my last opportunity to chair the Community Services and Environment Committee for this term. Potentially for all time. So welcome to both our guests and councillors and staff this morning. It has been a privilege to hold this position of responsibility over the last 3 years, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in my verbal report, but good morning everyone. So we will now move on to the apologies. And we have an apology from Councillor O'Leary for lateness and for early departure. Councillor Mallett?
I may need to leave early.
Apology for a potential early departure from Councillor Mallett. Also from myself and Mayor Andrew King and James Casson. Just to note to people present, and Ryan may well have to take over at that point, that all of us are invited to the mayoral debate at the Property Council, which starts bang on at 4 o'clock. My aim is to be quite expedient with this meeting without cutting anyone off and get through. But if we don't get through, I think it's fair and reasonable, but those 4 candidates that have been asked to speak are allowed to leave, and there should still be a quorum, and Ryan will take the hot seat. But let's hope we don't get into that position. Councillor, yes, Mayor Andrew.
No, I will be staying here for this meeting until it finishes, regardless of whether there's a political debate happening elsewhere. This is my first priority. So don't speak for me on that matter.
Okay, I'll remove your potential to leave.
Certainly be staying here until the meeting finishes.
Thank you. I'll remove your potential to leave early. However, I have supreme confidence in my Deputy Chair, Councillor Ryan Hamilton, so that's fantastic. Thank you. Somebody move that the apologies be received. Thank you, Councillor Cass and Councillor Bunting. All in favour? Now, confirmation of the agenda, it is as set out, so I'll move that the agenda be confirmed. Do I have a seconder, please? Te Pora, all in favour? Opposed, carried. Are there any declarations of interest on any matters on today's agenda? There being none, we'll move on. So now we move into public forum, and welcome to the public that have arrived to speak on the item around community occupancy. And the first speaker is going to be Jane Wood, who's well known to us all here for her role at the Puketi Neighbourhood House. Welcome. I'm sorry I've been so busy I haven't been able to partake of delicious scones for a couple of weeks now. So, councillors, Jane is speaking to item 6 on the agenda.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I do appreciate it. I'm here today, obviously, for the community occupancy lease agreement that we have put in for the Puketi Neighbourhood House. So for those of you who have not visited the building or the P&H, I'm giving you an update. We arrived with a container of stuff in 2005 after being ousted from the then Bryant Village. These were the days before community occupancy leases even existed. We are open Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. We employ a family support worker who is able to advocate on behalf of clients working with the Ministry of Social Development, ACC and Housing New Zealand. This is a highly regarded position citywide. We also have a Justice of the Peace on site. We operate out-of-school care and recreation services, which include before school, after school care, holiday program care for 9 weeks of the year. incidental care such as teacher-only and strike days. We are fortunate to be on Ashurst Park, so we make use of the open space for our programs. We have 2 separate craft groups operating, one on a Tuesday morning and the other on a Wednesday evening. The Wednesday evening class donate the majority of their wares to the Newborn Intensive Care Unit at Waikato Hospital, Waikato Family Centre, Foster Assist and Plunkett. We have recently established a Kai Cupboard and become an agency for the Hamilton Combined Christian Food Bank, the first non-Christian organisation to be accepted. We have a weekly fruit and vegetable co-op and family meat packs. Tai Chi operates twice a week. We organise and host the North Network meetings and regional community houses Hui. We also work collaboratively with other organisations to deliver community classes in our area. We produce an in-house quarterly newsletter with a distribution of 6,000. We employ 5 full-time staff and up to 20 casual staff. We work in partnership with the Hamilton Budgeting Advisory Trust to deliver financial mentoring. Community occupancy leases should just roll over with organisations such as ours, who have a long working relationship with Hamilton City Council. It seems pointless, trivial and time-consuming when different departments ask for the same information. For example, audited accounts, bank account details, telephone and postal addresses. Surely all this information could be stored in one accessible place within your systems. Due to our occupancy at the Te Rapa Sportsdrome, we are often the first point of contact for Hamilton City contractors, visitors and staff. Monthly contractors, fire and emergency evacuations, annual building warranted fitness, identifying issues around the facility such as broken toilets, seats, sewage pump lights flashing, wet floor signs displayed on rainy days, daily hazard checks reporting to HCC. For the month of July, 25 contractors were able to access the Te Rapa Sportsdrome as the P&H had its doors open. Our presence in the building is often taken for granted. Last week, cleaners arrived to clean the entire building. We had no idea and had to work around them. A courtesy call alerting to us that this would have been nice. On the agenda, item 6.69 under this agenda states, in addition to rent, the groups are responsible for repairs and maintenance, utility and operational costs and rates as applicable. Council needs to take into consideration in their policy the conditions of the facilities. It becomes beyond the realms of probability when you need a scissor lift to change a ceiling lamp. The building is old and tired and only reactive maintenance is completed. We can't afford to update your outdated building. We do find the funding to repair, where do we find the funding to repair big ticket items? I'm positive no other funder wants to fund your fixed assets. We receive multi-year funding of $20,000 annually from HCC. This is one of the lowest of all organisations delivering community development. This doesn't quite cut the mustard. It's not common for a manager to have to fund for their own salary. The fact of the matter is we pay more back to HCC in rent annually. In the last financial year, we paid just short of $25,000. Interestingly enough, I read online yesterday that you are spending $15,000 on a community event and a mayoral debate. I think as you move forward, you are clearly looking at other options for the future of Te Rapa Sportsdrome, point 52 on the agenda. I've got, yeah. It's just, Staff recommended granting a lease for a term of 5 years, given an ongoing discussions around the future management model of the Te Rapa Sportsdrome and the best location for P&H. You need to give serious consideration to contributing towards a purpose-built facility for the P&H. 34 years and still the wind blows under our feet. This will be a question I will be asking those who have put their names forward for the HCC local body elections. Thank you for your time this morning, and I hope to see you all at the P&H. Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane. Thank you for all the very good work that you do. We are out of time, but there's only one question, so I'm... No, go for it, Mark.
Thank you. Echoing the chair, thank you for great work in the scones. Magnificent. With regards to the point 69 about the rent and repairs and that, there's obviously there needs to be a reasonable relationship, and I fully understand scissor lift for a light bulb is ridiculous.
Yep.
Where would you see that median, or what would you prefer to be written into that?
I think the building actually needs to be brought up to standard in the first instance. It's not really fit for purpose. We have offices which are down the rear of the building, and when the cleaners came last week, there was no other entrance for people coming to pick up their vegetables, you know.
Right.
So it's just,
Okay.
it worked when we first were there, but now with the number of people who come every day, it's old, it's tired,
Right.
yeah, it's had it.
Okay. No, thank you. I appreciate.
Thank you very much for coming and reporting. Thank you for
you.
that good question, Councillor Bunting. And we'll move on now to Karen. Karen Koval? Have I pronounced that right? Koval. Thank you, Karen. Karen Koval, who's from Progress to Health, also speaking to item 6.
Good morning. As just said, I'm Karen Koval, Chief Executive for New Progress Enterprises Charitable Trust, also known as Progress to Health, a much easier word to say. We provide community-based support services throughout Waikato, Taranaki and Taupo, but obviously our focus today is on the work we're wanting to do and enhance within Hamilton. 1 in 5 people... Shall I move that forward? Is that any better? Is that all okay? Yeah. I should know better to project my voice a bit. Is that better? Yep, cool. So 1 in 5 people are living or will live with a disability. And 1 in 5 people are living or will live with a mental health condition. In terms of Hamilton, that's approximately 40% of the population. Many of those people will seek support from organisations such as Progress to Health, and it's our job to work out what that support is. Our philosophy is that as soon as somebody enters our service, we are actually planning for their exit, and without being too jargonistic, we are seeking to be part of the journey, not the destination. Eric Clapton sings a song that's entitled "Nobody Knows You When You're Down and Out." And in many cases, that is exactly how people accessing our services are feeling. So our primary role is actually to work with people to understand their strengths and work out what it is that they need in their lives to make it meaningful. Our job is to support people as they understand what it is that they need, to understand that they don't necessarily have a recovery, that they won't get better, for want of a better word, as you may do from a fractured bone. It is a journey for their lifestyle. Community garden settings have been part of Progress to Health since September 2004. We opened our first site approximately a week, or actually less than a week before I started with the organisation. So I've got some vested interest in this project as much as anybody else. Across Progress to Health, we are a team of around 30 people, and most of us have put in some hard yards around that. So I'm clocking up 15 years, and we've got many other people that live with the organisation with 5 years or plus. Approximately 40% of our staff and our team have also got lived experience of either a disability or mental health condition, so we are quite prepared to walk the walk and talk the talk. The strength of providing a garden setting is that we can promote the inherent link between physical activity and mental well-being, as well as the benefits of being in the open air and a smoke-free environment. We also recognise the connection of land to Maori, and we support that wherever we can, where people choose to take that path. This environment, when people first choose to come, can be quite alien. the freedom of movement, the choice of activities and how they apply their plan to what they're doing. But in time, they understand the value of what they are trying to achieve, and through the basic activities of the garden, growing vegetables, learning how to make a garden bed, how to maintain it and keep it healthy, they're also learning how to sustain their own life and well-being. So in time, we get to see glorious crops of tomatoes, potatoes, kale, lettuces, you name it. And we all know the benefits of good food, healthy food, good nutrition. And so by growing their own, they learn the value of self-sustainability. And these vegetables contribute to their family and their whānau in terms of their weekly nutrition. Where quite often we enjoy surplus crops, we then share those with the community. And the likes of Piketi Neighbourhood House, for example, Fairfield Community House, will receive food baskets and contributions to their food banks from the surpluses that we grow. Our ultimate aim is to create communities without barriers, so it is inherently important to us to create those links and relationships with the communities around us. And as we grow and make those relationships, we know that we've got learnings from the community as well, and we seek to bring them in so that we learn their skills. We know that in Currow Park and the Fairfield area that we've got families and whānau to learn from. In summing up, I would just like to say that we would like to acknowledge Karen Kwok and her team for guiding us through this process. It's been an alien environment for us, and one that we have learned significantly on. And I would also like to thank you for taking the time to listen to me this morning. I do appreciate it. And also an invitation that once we put down the roots, for want of a better word, that you come and join us and get our hands dirty together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We do have one question.
Thanks. Thanks, Karen. Hey, just two things. You talked about Maori relationship to land. How does that implicate you? What's that got to do with you?
We have quite a heavy portion of people coming to us that identify as Maoris, so we have to understand tikanga and protocol in terms of how we address and approach support that we provide, and also the recognition of the importance of whānau and whanaungatanga to Māori.
Okay, right,
yeah.
okay. And you, there's a special condition being put in your lease which allows you to jump out after 6 months' notice. Why is that?
Predominantly because we are in the main 99% funded through government funds.
Yep.
And whilst we have enjoyed continuous funding, we are we never know what government is going to throw at us in terms of continuation of contracts. But we are working, we do have a social enterprise up and running that is seeking to create an independent fund so that we become less reliant on government. So it's an absolute worst case scenario that we would be looking to invoke that
Okay.
part of the clause. Yeah.
Thank you, Karen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
So next on the list for the public today is Michelle from the president. You're the president of the Waikato Society of Arts. Welcome.
Kia ora. We're based at the Arts. Can you hear me? Yeah. We're based at we're Waikato Society of Arts. We're based in the Arts Post building. We've been there, I don't know, probably over 20 years by now, I guess. Right in the centre of the Arts Hub in Hamilton. So we're a membership-based society with over 250 members. Our stated purpose is to promote art and support artists in the Waikato, but most of what we do takes place here in Hamilton. We were the first and are the oldest such society in the Waikato, and one of the oldest in New Zealand. Now, I noticed in the description that has been sent out that the art school could be read by somebody not familiar with WSA as being for children. While we do run afternoon classes for children every day, we also run morning and evening classes for adults of all ages, and we have over 1,300 class and workshop enrolments annually. There is a community benefit from WSA and the Art School in that, as well as providing training, services and support for different levels of artists from amateur to professional, we include elderly people, people with or recovering from health problems, as well as people in full-time employment for whom art is a form of recreation. They are all included in our classes. WSA runs a small gallery that members or people from the community can hire to exhibit their work. We also run 2 major National Art Awards, one at the Arts Post and one in conjunction with Wintec. We run workshops, a print studio, and we put on other public art and print exhibitions. The Council's generous lease on our part of the Arts Post building is extremely helpful to us. Without it, we could not operate. With diminishing sources of grants and funding available and increasing costs, it is recognised as an important way that Hamilton City Council supports our work. I feel it is important as outgoing President to come here to acknowledge this support and to say thank you for all the support the Council and Hamilton people have shown WSA over the years. WSA and the Art School are an important resource for many people in Hamilton and in the Waikato. We draw people into the city from the Waikato and beyond through various activities and are of benefit to the local and wider community. The generosity of Hamilton City Council enables us to keep our fees affordable in a way that doesn't exclude people who might otherwise not be able to benefit from such opportunities. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Michelle. And I can see that you've got your heart and soul in this, in the Waikato Society of Arts and all that it achieves. So I didn't realise you were outgoing, so I'd like to thank you for your work that you've done. And I'll see if there are any questions. No, there don't look to be any questions, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you to all of the members of the Waikato Society of Arts. I know a lot of them are volunteers and you do a full range of activity there. So thank you. Last public speaker, I believe, today. We're going from arts to sports. So now we have Trent Webby of the Waikato Regional Volleyball Association, who told me something interesting this morning, Dave. He told me that you were his first teacher of volleyball.
A great job I did. Yeah. Did you stretch him?
Yeah.
Welcome, Trent.
Thank you. Just make sure everyone can hear me okay. Yep. Cool. Today I'll be talking on behalf of the Waikato Regional Volleyball Association regarding the occupancy lease agreement for the space beside the Te Rapa Sports Drome at Ashes Park. Firstly and foremost, I'd like to thank the Hamilton City Council for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Volleyball Waikato in support of the 10-year lease for the beach volleyball courts located at Ashes Park. My name is Trent Webby. I'm a committee member of Volleyball Waikato. I'm an advocate for youth and sports, and I'm a passionate volleyballer for almost 12 years. When I first began playing volleyball at high school, I didn't have a passion for the sport, but rather a passion for the females associated with the sport. Excuse me for being human. It wasn't long until I realized that the finesse, the rhythm, and the athleticism of the sport was the real catch. A couple of years had passed, it's now 2009, and word on the street is that a giant sand pit is being installed at Ashes Park to accommodate for either the world's biggest baby or 1,000 cats litter box, because that's what it felt to me. You see, I didn't know what the sport of beach volleyball was about. I was a foreigner to the sport, and all I had was landlocked, city-slicking eyes. It wasn't until a friend of mine from the far north suggested to enter a social team in during the summer break to keep up with the repetitions for our indoor team. And that was it. I was hooked. Since then, the Beach Volleyball Centre beside Te Rapa Sports Drome can boast many accolades. Over the last 10 years, there have been numerous social competitions targeted at adults and youth, as well as competitive tournaments and training camps at representative and school levels. These activities run from the start of Term 4 in October through to the end of Term 1 in April. Each year, the National Pro Tour, the pinnacle of beach volleyball in New Zealand, hosts one of their 4 tournaments at our doorstep. The circuit of tournaments brings together the top athletes within New Zealand, as well as international participation, where players compete to claim the prestigious title of New Zealand's national champions. This is the beginning of a string of competitions that are developing beach volleyball out of the shadows of minority sports. Here's a fun fact. Did you know that the national junior beach volleyball champions come from Hillcrest High School? Or better yet, are you aware that both 2018 Commonwealth beach volleyball female representatives are born and bred here in the Waikato? That's pretty good for a landlocked city. It's taken some time, but in the past 2 years, we have seen major increases in the popularity of beach volleyball within the Waikato. Each year, well over 100 members call the beach facilities at Ashes Park their stomping ground. Albeit, mostly during the summer days, most members come to train, play, and prepare for tournaments, both locally and abroad. Many are beach volleyball players, but there is also a representation from other sporting disciplines, such as futsal, ultimate frisbee, touch rugby, and the occasional gym junkies. The sand courts are also used by the Puketi Neighbourhood House as needed for their childcare activities. So these aren't just facilities for Waikato volleyball, but for the wider community. Currently, we have 5 dedicated volunteers who maintain the facility at a reasonable standard year-round. These volunteers, along with many of the members, mow lawns, trim tree lines, weed, and turn the sandpit every year in the annual spring clean working bee. I don't know if you've ever turned 2,000 square meters of sand, but afterwards we are often confused for the gym junkies. Without these facilities in our backyard, beach volleyball would not exist in Hamilton. This is the reason we have picked up the shovel every year for the past 10 years. It's a big job managing the beach facilities, but our passion for the sport is much bigger. So that's me. That is our community of players and volunteers, and that is beach volleyball in the Waikato. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Councillor Mallett?
Thank you. When I first saw the report and I saw the rent was $820, I was wondering what on earth has it got? But it's just the sand, isn't it?
It's just the sand,
yeah,
correct,
okay.
yep.
And look, the other one is, how many courts do you get on there?
Usually with our social competition, we have 4 courts, but when we have our big competitive tournaments, we usually try to squeeze about 6 courts is the maximum we've had there.
6 in there. Okay.
6 courts, yeah.
Thank you.
Just one quick question for me. You received some help with the tree trimming just recently, or is that still to come? We talked about it.
Yeah. So with the tree trimming, that help's still coming, but the council have definitely jumped on board and they've helped clear away a lot of the overgrown grass that was coming around the courts and actually proceeding into the actual beach sands. That's where a lot of the weeds come from, is the external lawns. So they've helped out quite a lot there as well, which is really good.
And we have Jane and yourself to credit for bringing that to our attention, enabling us to do that work. So thank you for both for that. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Okay, councillors, we've moved on from the public forum. We're now on item 5, page 6. And you have to excuse me if I go potentially croaky a bit today because I wasn't very well yesterday. Never mind. So that is the confirmation of the minutes from the previous meeting. Thank you. Councillor Bunting moves. Seconder, Councillor Hamilton. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. So we're now on to page 15, community occupancy applications item that we've just had a few presentations on. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. I'm Karen Kwok, the Community and Recreation Facilities Senior Advisor, and beside me is Claire Foster, the Property Officer. She looks after the Waikato Society of Arts lease, and I look after the other 4. So the purpose of the report today is to seek approval of the 5 community occupancy leases, all except one, the Progress to Health lease, are renewals. So they've been assessed in accordance with the community occupancy policy, and happy to take any questions.
O'Leary.
Thank you. I just had a question. In the past, when visiting Pukeri Neighbourhood House, the condition of the volleyball, not of the sand pits, but of the landscaping around it, who's responsible for that? Because it has been sort of untidy for quite a while. Is that us?
No, the leaseholder is responsible for the land around it. Where there's the shrubs that have now sort of become trees, where they're trees, that's Park's responsibility to manage the trees, but the actual land area is the leaseholder's responsibility.
Okay. Maybe
Here, Councillor O'Leary, that was drawn to our attention, and Maria's here somewhere, and Parks and Reserves agreed that it was beyond the scope of those two groups to maintain those trees, and there is something scheduled, that's why I was asking the questions, there's something scheduled to do something about that as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor O'Leary?
No, thank you.
Is that it? Councillor Mallett?
Thank you. Can you just comment on the special condition we're doing with the new Progress Enterprises Charitable Trust? I appreciate the submitter said, you know, that they just want some flexibility. So we're going outside our normal policy, aren't we?
We're not going outside our normal policy, but we have supported their request to go for a 5-year lease term and with a 3-year review clause in it. So we will put that into the special conditions of their lease agreement.
Just to be clear, on page 15 of the agenda, second bullet proof under Romans 3, the lessee may terminate this lease by providing 6 months' notice.
Yep, that's a standard lease clause we normally have.
Even though it says special condition?
Yeah, so what I've suggested here, the lessee has requested the 5 years. They could have applied for a maximum 10. They are a new group, so we actually supported a shorter lease term. So the 3-year condition is a review clause that they've asked for, but with a 5-year lease term. So I guess if you like, the reciprocal termination clause that's in their favour will be the special condition. So in our standard leases, council in our favour has a termination clause, but this is putting up that the lessee also has that right to terminate.
Which is not a standard condition, is it?
It's not a standard condition, but groups can ask for that condition, and it's in other lease agreements.
Question, do you have another?
Well, except that if all you've got to do is ask for it, then why don't we just have that in our policy?
Well, it's a case-by-case basis whether we think it's reasonable and whether we support it.
Okay.
So I've made the recommendation to support it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mallett. Mangai Te Pora.
Chair, for the Karo Park, the other two applications, were they consortiums or partnerships? I noticed each has 2 names beside them.
Sorry, the other two partnerships?
They'd formed partnerships to put applications in.
Sorry, which groups are you referring to?
Hamilton Community Men's Shed Trust and the Hamilton Woodturners.
So those two groups submitted an expression of interest for the Karo Park site.
And together?
So the Men's Shed and the Woodturners put in a partnership application, and then Te Whare o Te Ata was a separate application, and the Progress to Health
was a separate application?
Yes.
So just checking here if I can ask if you have an example of where the 2 applications did not align, mostly with the council strategies, plans and policies.
So the Progress to Health application was the application that most closely aligned with our criteria for the expression of interest, and hence they were our preferred applicant.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Are there I guess the question that I am getting to is that if the other applicants did not mostly align, which it sounds like they didn't, have we offered support to bring them into some form of alignment should other occupancy opportunities arise? Because they do great work.
Yeah, sure. So Te Whare o Tata already have a lease for Fairfield Hall currently, and they were talking to Progress to Health about potentially some partnerships and some programming at the Carrow Park site. The Hamilton Community Men's Shed, they have a lease down at Norris Ward, but they are looking for additional space because they're quite restricted where they are.
Have we offered support, though?
Yes, we've been working with those groups and trying to look at, what opportunities there are for them.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Chair. Looking at Puketi Neighbourhood House and point 52, Karen, we're recommending a lease of 5 years given the ongoing discussions. It says about the future management model of Sportsdrome and the best location for. Is there a timeline or date for a report coming back? I mean, that's sort of I understand the concept, but it's a bit up in the air about what happens next if that goes through.
Yeah, I'll comment on that. It's a good question. Something that we've identified, and I think we've alluded this to elected members previously, is before the next LTP, we want to, my team are going to look at pretty much our community facilities and sports facilities portfolio and have a good look at that and include council and be a number of briefings working through where are we going as a council around this, what's our role, how far do we want to get in there. We'll present you with options, that sort of thing. We'll start off with what's the current portfolio, what's the environmental scan across the city. When Diane McManus Emery was here about 3 years ago, we had a bit of a go at this. We didn't quite finish it off, to be honest. There was quite a bit of work. I think we can simplify the way we're going about it, but also we want that to be inclusive with various groups out there too. So long story short is that we want to go on a journey and bring back a report to council about getting really clear on what our role is, in providing facilities, and then what are the best options, and that might include where we work with groups to either find them another facility or upgrade the current facilities and those sorts of things, working through that. And you'll be aware we've had some discussion with Jane and others around the Sportsdrome going forward, and I think as we've heard from Jane this morning that there's probably some options there that we need to look forward to, something that's optimal for the work that they're doing, and then what the sporting offering that the Sportsdrome offers as well. So there might be some. I think there's some real opportunities in that, and I think it's about being open and transparent and being positive going forward in that. So when we get to the LTP, council will have a number of options, and you'll know what the costs are and the consequences, and also what the benefits realisation will be as well.
Will we have, or the incoming council have some sort of workshop on that, say next year? Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So we're looking at that. It'll be in the early part of 2020. Yep. So probably between the February-June period. Okay. So I've put that into the work program for my team. Yep. And I see it's part of a gap we've got in our facilities planning, and I think it's something where we need to get some real clarity and get some direction from elected members to what our line of direction is.
Thanks.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Gallagher, please. Deputy Mayor Gallagher. You've gone. You've disappeared. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to drill into point 69 that I started to question the Puketi Neighbourhood House about something. My ears perked up when they said they had to get up on a scissor lift to change a light bulb. Obviously, their facilities are a little bit different to a little house somewhere, and their rent and maintenance and stuff is different requirements. How flexible are we on that with regards to repairs and maintenance? Obviously, there needs to be some responsibility from the tenant, but due to the special nature of that property, where's the give and take on that? Yeah,
so it's standard for leaseholders to be responsible for repairs and maintenance, and then council's responsible for replacement and renewals where we own the building, so like the Puketi Neighbourhood House. So that's like our standard, and we also have a maintenance matrix that goes through sort of each item in the back of a lease. But we we obviously still try to apply, common sense and logic to that.
Right.
And, we can help leaseholders out, or where it makes sense for us to do it, if there's heights involved, for example, to do that for them.
Yeah, okay. They were quite clear in their answer to me that they didn't see the building as fit for purpose as such. What's your assessment of that?
I mean, it's a big question in terms of, it depends on what perspective you look at it from, but fit for purpose in that, it's obviously an indoor rec facility, so it wasn't specifically built for Puketi Neighbourhood House and for a community centre, and therefore for their needs. So it's been altered to accommodate them, but it's not ideal in terms of probably what they would love for a community centre.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, if something goes bung in the gym part of it, like a big light bulb or something in the roof, are they responsible for that?
No, that's not in their lease area.
Ah, gotcha.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Karen.
That's right.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to expand on Councillor Mallett's question around the 6-month escape clause that the new Progress Enterprises Charitable Trust. As I understand it, quite a number of our other organisations who have community occupancy leases also have government contracts which are presumably subject to the same risk that that Progress to Health have. Do we typically have in their community lease agreements this ability for them to give 6 months' notice to end the lease?
A minority of the lease agreements do. Most of them don't. As I said, it's sort of a case-by-case basis, and where we think it's reasonable, we will consider putting a reciprocal termination clause in.
So you would have applied the same test that you would have applied to the other groups in this instance for Progress to Health in terms of their vulnerability perhaps to not having contracts renewed as compared with, say, some of the other groups who have community occupancy leases?
Yeah, so we would look at the whole picture, not obviously that's part of it, that they felt that they couldn't commit to a longer time frame or needed an out clause. It is a new, it's a new group in the facility, and so we're also keen to sort of see how it goes for them at that site. So I think in this case it is appropriate, and we're happy to support them by putting that clause in, but it's your decision in terms of whether you support that recommendation.
So the clause is one-sided, it's only the tenant who can invoke the clause?
Council, in all our lease agreements, it's standard that council has a termination clause with a 6-month notice.
Okay, so it works both ways in this case?
In this case, we've added that they've also got that right.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions. Through the LTP, I asked, not formally, if we can keep an open mind and open discussions with Puketi Neighbourhood House around the opportunity for them to, or for us to gift the building. I know that there are a lot of barriers with that because it is an old building and not fit for purpose for them, but are those sort of conversations still going, or have they sort of come to a halt? I think Andy Mannering was dealing with some of that. Lance, do you know at all?
I might get Andy to comment because he's in the audience and he's obviously talked to Jane as well, so I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Kia ora, councillors. So in terms of Lance's reference before of that body of work around what our facilities, our community facilities look like, my understanding is we're still really open where it works for the community and council. There are building or an asset transfer happens, that's on the table. In particular, this is all wrapped up in that larger piece of work rather than an individual progression.
Okay, great. So opportunity and conversation still live, which is great. Thank you, Andy.
Yeah, and sorry to interrupt. I'd just like to say that we always ask Karen to, when she's dealing with these groups, to just let them know that we want to have open dialogue with people, and I think councils have flagged to us about, and we've had it with theatres and other things as well. Just thinking a bit innovatively about what we might do as well, because we're not always going to be the ones with the solutions to to issues, and also we're not always the ones who come up with the opportunities. So I think it's really important that we keep that open dialogue going.
Yeah,
and if elected members have conversations, then it'd be really good if you let us know, and then we can be involved in those too. And I think getting more heads together, we can come up with some really good solutions.
Well, certainly I've had chats with Andy right at the beginning of all of that. Just a second question: are there any major renewals for Puketi Neighbourhood Houses? I know it took a wee while of lobbying to get that lovely sign replaced, and it looks great now, but it looked pretty bad. So is anything sort of major on the books in the next 12 to 18 months that you can think of?
So I know that the facilities team have been doing a lot of work on condition assessments for all our buildings.
Yeah.
And some, particularly in that building, they were looking at the change to LED lighting and those sorts of things, which would lessen the need to go up and down to change little things like that.
Okay.
I would have to get the program off Emily and circulate it.
Okay, all right. No, that's great. Thank
There
you.
is, sorry, just to add to that, there is the floor replacement that's coming up, but I think that's probably still a few years off.
That's the floor
in the hall.
in the hall,
yeah, not in the Puketi
Yeah,
neighbourhood area.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher. Deputy Mayor.
Useful to just circulate exactly, what is in the plans. To the GM around the Sportsdrome facility, I mean, obviously with the next LTP, the Mayor of the day will lead that. Is there any way that we can have that as a flashing light or tag? I mean, obviously the Mayor makes the initial proposal, Council then goes through a budget, because clearly what's been highlighted here is that this particular building and facility, irrespective of the form of ownership, needs obviously some review, obviously.
It's definitely a flashing light tag with me.
Yeah.
And for our work program, and it ties in with also the discussions that council's had around, which draws out of the regional sports facilities plan, is our indoor recreation offer as well across the city.
And given what we did at the peak, what we're intending, if it goes to the LTP, to do at the University of Waikato site in terms of combined facility shared funding, presumably that would also look at options of ownership administration, and it may be, I don't know what that may look like, or we may just retain, total ownership, or it may be a peak type facility.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I think what's relevant is the GM said that's going to get tagged.
Yeah.
Look at just in terms of the, and I'll use the example of the St Peter's by the lake, the lease, and possibility that hypothetically in year 3 a whole group may come together and want to create, as per the management plan up there, combined water sports facility, expand the yacht club, whatever. Or in the case of the Sportsdrome, there's the LTP does some major early renovation. How are presumably the leases are always protected, they still have right of occupancy, but can you just clarify that 6 months notice from our end?
Well, yes, they have rights under their lease.
Yeah.
The 6 months termination, obviously, that we would have pretty early conversations with anyone if it ever got to that stage, and I think we'd have to carefully think that through first. So there's no intention of that at the moment. But if we start looking at the bigger picture, then we'll include groups in that journey going forward, because I think, as Jane pointed out rightly so, is that it's not a fit for purpose facility. We've basically got 2 different activities happening there, and it's probably not optimal for either activity, but it sort of works. But going forward, as she said, with growth in both areas, then we need to give that some careful thought. And I think what we need to what we need to synthesise through this process is what is fit for purpose and what would work best, and then what are the options and what it's going to cost. So I think it's about taking everyone on a journey for that, rather than it being a shock horror to some group that, you know, council's come up with some scheme. So they'll be involved in that journey.
The key thing, they're involved in transition, and if in fact there was some refurb, then you work through the lessees for alternative temporary accommodation while the refurb. That's what I'm trying to drive at.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, we're going to be fair and reasonable about this. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Those questions were all excellent questions. So we should be in a good position to look at the staff recommendation. Is there a mover or seconder? I'm happy to move. Seconded by Councillor McPherson. Is there anybody who would wish to speak to it? I do myself want to make a few comments, but is there anybody else who would like to make no? Okay, so as the mover, I would just like to make a couple of comments. What we've heard from the public presenters today, staff and others throughout the last 3 years, is that we need to be incredibly mindful that we're part of an ageing city where the condition of our assets is on the decline, and we've discussed much in the LTP, and I certainly pushed quite hard for this, that the renewals and maintenance be appropriate. Having said that, let's be honest and acknowledge that some of the places, not just the ones we've talked to you about today, but some of our leases are in marginal condition, and those groups do a very good job. Most of them are voluntary. They're trying to raise their own funds, and they get voluntary labour. They do a good job to try and look after those, but a lot of them potentially are not fit for purpose. And I just want to keep that on the radar, because this may be my last opportunity as Chair of Community and Services to do so. Let's keep it on the radar that we are going to need to invest into our community services, our community assets in the future, and that's an LTP discussion. Let's also be mindful that there is a lot of unmet need here. We've enjoyed hearing from groups that are making very good use of some assets here today, but we all know, because we all get the same calls and requests, that there's an unmet need out in the community for lease space that is appropriate. That's another issue that we need to keep firmly on the radar in the new council. And on that, I'll leave that. Thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Gallagher.
Yeah, obviously I wouldn't disagree with the Chair's observation, and I think I'm reassured through the GM, because it seems to me that, you know, for example, coming up next to LTP, we've got the university proposal, but it's really important we obviously don't lose sight of our existing infrastructure. And in the northwest, my observation is the Sportsdrome as a building generally serves an incredible purpose, but clearly it's increasingly not fit for purpose, but the variety of activities that happen there. And I'm very interested in looking at what are the options around, you know, future ownership, and maybe councils in a part a la the peak model. I don't know. So I think that's good. I obviously support recommendations today, but you've assured me that we will be having that flashing light. That's good.
Thank you, everyone, and vote of thanks to all the staff that are working in this. This space is incredibly complex, and I know that you work very hard to meet the needs of the community where you can. So thank you for that. Go to the vote, please, on the board. Thank you, Council.
Carried unanimously.
The next item on the agenda is on page 35, item 7, the West Town Belt Master Plan. And just to preface this, this report, I think it's fair to say, while the staff come up, I think it's fair to say that we have had a great deal of opportunity to input to this many times. There have been open days, there have been staff walk-in sessions, there have been updates in Community Room 1. So at this stage, I don't want to prevent councillors from asking their final questions, but I urge you just to keep to the questions and not to re-debate the substance of the Western Town Belt, because really you've had your opportunity to do that for the last 6 months. So thank you. Welcome, staff.
Okay. Good morning, Chair, Mayor Andrew and councillors. We're pleased to be here this morning. What we'd like to get from you today is to answer any final questions you might have about the West Town Belt Master Plan. with a view to seek a recommendation to approve the master plan. I'm sure this topic is very familiar to you all by now. We started this process back in June 2018 with the direction to prepare a long-term master plan for the entire West Town Belt site. The purpose of this master plan is to consider the 54 hectares of open spaces and facilities as a whole and to provide a comprehensive framework to inform decision-making over the next 30 years. Over the last 14 months, we have undertaken extensive engagement. This has included 2 separate phases of engagement to talk with the community and talk with specific stakeholders. We've undertaken ongoing engagement with mana whenua, and we've held several briefings and drop-in sessions with yourselves. In the recent final phase of consultation that we held in April and May this year, we received an overwhelmingly positive feedback from the community, including commendations to Hamilton City Council for taking the initiative in preparing such a plan. The final document you see before you now captures the feedback that we've received. It includes matters raised by yourselves as well. While the look and feel might be slightly different to the draft document that you saw a few months ago, the content is very much the same, albeit more succinct and more representative of the community. We're happy to take the report as read, and Nick and I can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jennifer. And Nick, I do have one question. It was brought to our attention, and I know that you've been able to respond quite quickly, about the notation of Te Araroa, the walkway.
Yes.
And can you explain how that's going to be dealt with, please?
We'll just approach that through a graphic representation on the appropriate character area and on the appropriate maps across the West Town Belt document.
Okay. So, councillors, if you're all clear, we got an alert that Te Araroa notation was missing off the actual maps, and staff agreed that that was a minor oversight, but, you know, was easily amended, and that's what we've sought to do, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Oh, Councillor Mallett.
I see on page 37, paragraphs 26 through to, sorry, not 26, yes, 26 through to 29, talk about cultural considerations. All the cultural considerations tend to be Maori. Why is that?
Sorry, just a second with the page numberings. What
Sorry,
page are you referring to on the document?
That's our agenda from your,
Yep.
I think it might be
37, did you say?
page 37,
Yeah. Okay,
of
thanks.
our agenda.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so just, yeah, it's back here. Okay. Right. Yeah, sorry. No, it's 37.
It's paragraph, starts at paragraph
Yes.
26. That might be easier for you to find.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you'll just have to repeat the question because I've forgotten what you said. I'm
Okay,
looking
so
for it.
it's under the heading of cultural.
Yes,
Is that what
yep.
you're looking at?
Yes, I am now, yeah,
And I
thank you.
read through that, and all the cultural stuff refers to Maori stuff.
Okay.
There are Sikhs involved. There's a Sikh thing in there. Then there's good old-fashioned Western civilization.
Yep.
Where do we consider those things?
So I think when we've said the West Town Belt has a rich and diverse heritage, including several sites for tangata whenua, etc., I think we're accepting there that there's a lot of
But we've got 4
cultures
paragraphs
represented.
that all reference Maori stuff and
We do
nothing else.
Yeah, so we do have an obligation to acknowledge our partnership with mana whenua, and so that's why we've dealt with that in quite a specific way in this section. But I do think paragraph 26 does state that the West Town Belt is home to a number of cultural activities and organisations, and we do seek to enhance opportunities for various cultural activities. I hope that encompasses everyone.
So I guess going forward, and
Yeah.
this is a council-wide thing, I assume these, and look, I'm not right up to it, but the 4 well-beings, is this the 4 well-beings now, is it?
Nick, do you
Is
wanna
this
touch
how
on that
these
one?
will now be reported in council reports?
Yes, that's
So
my understanding.
but presumably that'll just be cut and pasted into everything that goes forward now, is that right?
Well, no, I'm not quite sure about that. I think just to answer your question around larger cultural issues within the West Town Belt, we've certainly spoken to those other groups that you mentioned. They've been a big part of our ongoing consultation. So we've certainly considered the issues of a large number of
diverse cultural groups across the West Town Belt. So it hasn't just been that we've talked to Mana Whenua, we have talked to a lot of different groups, and perhaps haven't quite captured that in the report, but we certainly have done that work.
Okay, it seems to be hugely weighted toward one particular group. That is the question. It's quite an obvious question.
Certainly take the point,
Okay.
but we have done that, the consultation with other cultural groups in the West Town Belt as well.
So I think your question's been answered. Do you have any others?
I'll just say point taken, and as we go forward with our new template for agenda items, we will hone the way that we report under each of those 4 wellbeings.
Okay.
What's the point of order, please, Ma'am?
Accuracy.
Who are you saying is inaccurate at this point in time?
Well, can I explain what the
Yes,
inaccuracy
yeah.
is? The Local Government Act directs us to deal with iwi, and that is law, and that is why we deal with iwi. And there's a pass site on the site as well. I mean, this is just the Local Government Act directs us to do this. It doesn't
Okay.
direct us to deal with
Yes, you're
other
correct.
nationalities.
You're correct, Mayor Andrew. We have to report under that wellbeing and for those reasons. So I think we'll move on from that. Are there any further questions? Oh, yes, you do have. I've ruled in your favour and we're moving on. Your questions now, please.
Thank you. So I have a motion to put up on this, which you have, Madam Chair.
So this just arrived this morning. Treatment of the corner of Seven Mills is reflected in that recommendation, and the conversations with the skate park as to where it should or could be located in the plan. Okay, so I'll ask Andrew to. Well, we're still in questions at the moment, aren't we? So you will speak to your recommendation when we get to it, but we're still in questions. So do you have any questions on, please, Mayor Andrew?
Yeah, so when we had our last meeting with staff, we directly asked about, I didn't, but another member did, so I'm happy to be these to be taken, B and C to be taken as separate items. Why Seddon and Mill couldn't become a controlled intersection, and why people have to walk 50 miles to the west either way. So, and you've got an intersection there that's going to become quite a busy intersection with time as well. So I'm just, we had no feedback, I certainly had no feedback on the outcome of that question, so hence that being included in this resolution. And the second part of it is to,
Sorry, yeah.
We'll get to talk to
Okay.
it when it's proposed at that time.
Thank you.
Okay, is that?
I have
that's
no
it?
questions. So
You no questions? Okay. Thank you, and you will get to talk to that at the appropriate time.
Option 3 did include keeping the car parking
Okay.
on the what's commonly known as the passing red, was it?
Okay, so
car
I think we
parking.
do fully understand the recommendation, which you'll get to speak to again, but so if you have any questions about that and the changes from the staff recommendation, now would be a good time to ask those questions, or any other questions that you have. Councillor Mallett.
On page, bugger, I've just lost my thing. The master plan, it says, I think, that sorry, I've lost my bloody page number. The master plan doesn't supersede, or does it supersede existing reserve management plans or the district plan and things like that? So where's this in the hierarchy?
So this is a non-statutory guiding document. So it doesn't supersede those, the Reserve Management Act requirements or the district plan requirements.
So when it does, or when they contradict each other, or they clash with each other, what do? You bring it back here for a decision, or you just sit with the district plan or the existing reserve management plan?
More often than not, there's nothing in here that does clash with the Reserve Management Act or the district plan requirements. Everything is consistent with those open space functions.
Okay. On page 66,
Of the master plan document or the agenda?
So I'm always giving you agenda page numbers.
Great.
Okay.
Cool.
The good old days when we had paper agendas, it was much easier. Yeah. Okay. What we found, there's a reference to an oversupply of car parking, and I can't quite find it on the. Oh, what we've environment. What we've. Now I'm losing my pages because I'm touching the bottom of the screen. There is in there, and there it is. And so under the headline open space,
yes.
What we found. Can you please, rather than put bullet points, put numbers? And I've asked this over and over and over again. It never happens. So I've got to go now count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The sixth bullet point or button or dot says there is not page 66 of the agenda. So not of the town plan, the town belt thing. There's an oversupply of car parking. Mm-hmm. Who made that assessment?
We made that assessment based on that initial analysis when we worked out what the land allocation was across the West Town Belt. And based also on what we discussed with the stakeholders on the site. So it's a generalisation, not every car park has an oversupply, but... Yeah.
So well, I just think that's incorrect, that's inaccurate,
Okay.
and I think if we're going to make decisions based on that... Well, I'm challenging her whether one of the something in the report appears to me to be. Sorry, just listen to me.
Challenge her in debate and ask questions now, please.
Okay, explain that. I just don't think it's accurate.
Okay,
In fact, it's woefully inaccurate.
Okay, so parking and vehicle access occupies 10% of the West Town Belt site. And while we recognise that parking is associated with a lot of the activities on the West Town Belt, our discussions with a number of stakeholders highlighted that some car parks were often underused or only used very occasionally.
So when you say car park, do you mean on street parking?
No.
Or...
This is just on open space, hence it being under the open space heading. So this is just a car parking on the actual park open space land. It's not car parking in the street reserve.
Okay. Yeah. So do you think we're at risk of making poor decisions because we've got something in here that says there's too much car parking or...
No, I think it's just an issue that we've identified at this stage in a guiding overarching document. And if we do want to investigate that matter further, then we'd undertake a piece of work that would actually be a little bit more detailed and investigative and actually, drill down to that level of detail where required.
Okay. Well, not okay, but that's what you're doing. Okay. Page 82, we have some design principles. And there's a whole lot of Maori ones there.
Yes.
Okay. What is the hierarchy in terms of design principles?
The hierarchy
as far as I understand, Western civilization's been designing things for a long, long time. Who knocks out who in this?
Sorry, so are you saying the hierarchy in terms of how they're applied to a project? So they're equal. The purpose of the Te Aranga Māori design principles is to ensure that mana whenua values are represented across projects within the West Town Belt.
Okay, so natural environment and natural environmental health, which are the third and fourth ones on the list, how do they differ?
I should have, sorry, I can't answer that straight away. I'll have to refer to another document that explains it a bit further. They are different. These are guidelines that have been set nationwide and they're applied regularly by other councils across New Zealand. And so there will be a difference. It might actually be a typo that they are very similar in reading them right now. So I can look into that and make sure that they are expressed clearly.
No, it's not my final
No,
question.
it's final question.
It is not my final question. I have a number of questions. This is a huge,
I
huge
understand
project
this,
with huge
Gary, and
ramifications for our city going forward for decades.
I'd ask
I'm
you
not
to
stopping
respect the
questions
role
now.
of the chair and let me finish my sentence, please. I prefaced this by saying that this whole plan had gone through numerous points of consultation, and I've sat in some meetings where you've been part of that as well. Hours and hours of conversation with staff. If we want to be fair and give questions to all councillors here to make sure that they're at that point of comfort. I'm not going to allow one member to dominate all of the questions. You have already had 4 or 5. If there is some time, I will come back. Can you
should be thanking me for challenging these things.
You can challenge them in debate for certain. Please ask your final question.
Okay, this is not my final question. And that same list of things, what's the living presence?
That mana whenua are still alive and we still have a place in the world, and we want to...
What does it mean? What's the value
Sorry,
of that?
so just like it said there, that iwi and hapu have a living and enduring presence and are secure and valued within their rohi, so that we make sure that, the mana whenua values are reflected in current projects.
Okay, so these things are applied to buildings and land use and things like that.
Gary, stop. It's time to allow other people their right to exercise questions, and I'm going to go to Mangai Ollie, please.
Madam Chair, Jen, couple of questions. The first one is just a grammatical point, page 42 of the agenda. Is it 2 stadiums or 2 stadia?
Sorry. Okay, right at the beginning, yes, sorry, 2 stadia. Yes.
And page 91.32 with regards to Hinemoa Park.
Sorry, okay.
91.32.
Yes, okay.
During the briefings, was discussed potential skate park within that area. Is that covered with that definition of point 32 there for Hinemoa Park?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Thank you. Page 91.
Of the agenda.
There is no reference, but during the briefings it was raised about a potential footprint for a skate park in that area, so I just wanted to clarify if that was...
So Jennifer, it does say a Hinemoa Park project. Is there a drop-down that that mentions, I haven't got it right here, because I know you were making this more succinct because the feedback it was too wordy.
A little bit.
Is there a drop-down within that bubble that makes it clear that there's a proposed skate park?
So just under Project 32 on page 90, we've said play spaces for all ages and abilities, including preschool, school age and youth age play, as well as spaces for families. So I had intended that skate parks would be wrapped up in that sentence because that is one of those components there. So if we need to maybe flesh that out and explicitly saying such as skate parks,
No, I just wanted to make sure that was your intent.
Yes, that was the intent.
Thank you.
Okay, so
In the
that's
documents.
not a question. We'll get to that, but the question might be phased. Could we be, in that little descriptor that you dropped down to, could we be more explicit and mention skate parks?
Yes.
So that would solve your problem, Mayor Andrews, because the skate parks would be explicitly mentioned in the type of activity that might go there, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, cool, thank you. Mangai, anything else? Thank you. Thank you for asking those important questions. Deputy Mayor Gallagher.
One, I'm not getting into debate, I just want clarification. There was, reference correctly to Maori values. One assumes that acknowledges that Kirikiri or Hamilton is probably 300 to 400 years old in human habitation, and those reference points are acknowledging that. Would that be correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Car parking is an interesting one. Can you confirm historically, and Hinemoa Park is a very good example where originally that used to be a park bounded by a whole lot of fir trees, and in fact the original size of Hinemoa Park, it was dramatically reduced as a result of the V8 Memorial Car Park project. Can you confirm that?
Based on aerial photographs.
Yeah,
yes.
so if we look at history, obviously incrementally the green belt, the so-called West Town belt, has been actually, and around car parks around the Founders Theatre. In point of fact, if we look over 30, 40 years, a chunk of that green belt has been given away just purely to car parks. Is that correct?
Unintentionally, that part, yes.
Yeah, and I think that's what is that in part what you're alluding to. Just with regard to the so-called skate park, obviously when we approve this excellent plan today, that doesn't necessarily, you have a flag for a potential skate park. There's obviously be a whole process of public consultation, because it seems to me there are moving parts before we can quite know the exact location. Is that a fair interpretation?
Yes, this master plan is a framework and it's just setting the scene for the next 30 years, and every single project needs to go through its own process to be funded, to speak to that local community who's going to be impacted by that decision, and also undertake further design investigations to make sure they're appropriate.
So would it be to say that a future location of a skate park is kind of a bit of a work in progress, because there are some other moving bits in this plan?
Yes, that's correct. So around the heart, the West Town Belt Heart character area, that's where we've identified an appropriate location for play spaces of varying typologies, and all of those projects would be subject to further investigation.
And just final question, very good how we're looking to slow the Rostrevor Street link between Boys Park, Henimoa Park. Is it fair to say that that is on the books, but that does not preclude sometime into the future, subject to traffic management and engineering, joining Henimoa and Boys Park literally and having a continuous green belt from London Street right through to Mill Street?
Rostrevor Street, like every other street in the West Town Belt, is earmarked for pedestrian improvement. What that exactly looks like, again, is subject to further investigation and analysis, including, in the instance of Rostrevor, looking at the activities either side of it and then determining what the most appropriate design outcomes should be.
Thank you.
Sorry, I jumped a place. Oh.
We're spell checkers today. Just on page 44 of the plan, and then 82 of the agenda, just up the top, I'm just checking, is that supposed to be mana rangatiratanga?
Sorry, just a second. 44, did you say? Of the
44 of the plan.
Yeah. And whereabouts are you?
Right at the top.
Right at the top. Oh, sorry, where the Te Reo translation is? No?
The Te Aranga Māori design principles.
Oh, are we looking at the... sorry. I'm looking at the executive summary, is it?
No, sorry, it's on page 44 of the actual plan.
Sorry, I heard 44,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
If Te Pora, you want to grab staff and go, if there are any sort of potentially spelling errors or incorrect Māori words there, would you take those offline?
Yeah, absolutely. Just double checking that was
Brilliant.
what it was supposed to be made.
It's excellent that people read in that much detail.
Yeah,
Thank
it's the
you very
test
much.
for you all.
Thank you. Have you any other questions at this time?
No.
All right, thank you. Councillor Casson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the awesome report and all the work you've done. Hey, look, on page 91, the Pan Pacifica Hub, the oval indication there at the top near Seddon and Mill, is that the proposed whālei?
Yes, that's correct.
That is? Okay.
Yep.
Because just... Okay, yeah, so the arrow just points further south, that's all. Now, the regards to point 37 and the amendment here for the skate park on the corner of Tristram and Mill, what was the public feedback on that skate park being there? Did we have feedback on that?
Yes, so the pit lane site was, we put three options out to the community to see what the future of pit lane would be, including the skate park.
Yep.
Majority of feedback came back to say that they didn't want it located in that particular location, but they supported the notion of a skate park being somewhere in the West Town Belt.
Okay, so that goes back to what Ollie was saying about point 32, the proposed, maybe a proposed skate park down there, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. So somewhere within the West Town Belt Heart character area,
Yep.
there could be a skate park in the future, and that exact location could be what was identified in option C in the
Yep.
draft plan. It could be Boys Park, it could be Hinimoa Parks in the southern area, it could be a number of locations.
All right, so the public feedback was not to have the skate park at where 37 is, Pit Lane.
Yes.
And lastly, just on the amendment as well, it says to intersection of corner of Seddon and Mill becomes controlled intersection rather than pedestrian, flag 38. But when I look at flag 38, it is controlled, it's got lights there, so it's already controlled?
Yes, that's a suggestion that we've made in here, that it is a signalled crossing point for pedestrians only. Yep.
Okay, so it's already in the plan there?
Yes, I think the Mayor's referring to the intersection being, the whole thing being signalised at that intersection further down. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
They were exactly the same.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, just a really generalised question because because some of the members go into real detail, and it is just a plan that is a master plan for the next 30 years. There is nothing set in stone.
That's correct.
So there is lots of things, like you said before, and following on from Deputy Mayor, that things can change because of budget reasons, because of different councillors sitting around the table and so on. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Look, that was very much a similar question. We're not tied down to a lot, but thank you for the principles of this. But there's one very concerning page, page 71 of our agenda, or 33. There's a photo there of the fellow running. Can you please confirm that you haven't just superimposed someone else's head onto my body?
Hang on. That's the photographer's son.
Okay, good.
Yes.
No, just need to clear up that. Thank you. Copyright and all that. Yeah.
But if you would like your head superimposed on his body, then maybe we can arrange something.
Yeah, if you want to scare people away from a master plan, just do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sure that has to be the most insightful question of the day. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Pascoe, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a very quick question, and it's about page 91 and perhaps what the proposer of the motion means by a controlled intersection on the corner of Seddon and Mill, because my understanding is that there are already giveaway signs in Seddon on both sides. So does controlled mean signalised, or should we change that?
Happy to change it, Rob.
I'd just take controlled meaning a stop sign too, or a give way.
I could probably get Robin Denton to elaborate on a few of those transport matters, if that's okay. Yeah. Or
They're going to leave questions into debate, Robin, and we need to understand the rationale, because I understand that Jennifer's team worked very closely with you on the design of the safest options for crossing. Can you talk us through that, please?
Okay, good morning, councillors. At this stage, we have indicated a signalised pedestrian crossing just to the east of the Seddon intersection. This will cater for the general day-to-day pedestrian requirements in the area, working alongside the existing underpass that's in place to the west of that location, and to the traffic signals at the Mill Tristram intersection to the east. When there are events on, we work closely with the H3 team to put in place appropriate traffic management, and that is very focused around ensuring the pedestrian safety during those events. If we don't do a full road closure, we do run at least changes to the traffic signals to cater for the pedestrians, and we actually run an informal Barnes dance set up at the Mill Tristram intersection. So we actually stop all the traffic and let the bulk movement of pedestrians go through that intersection. The option for signalising Seddon Road itself, so therefore catering for the traffic for cars, can be looked at. It does have cost implications. So to signalise and put the pedestrian crossing across would be in the order of 100 to 150,000. To signalise the whole intersection, we're looking at least probably 500,000. Mill Street is a major arterial, and the focus is on keeping that moving. Our concern is if you signalise the intersection and enable cars to come out on Seddon Road, you're actually encouraging rat running through those other side streets. So at this stage, we feel, and that's the recommendation that's been put through the draft document, we feel that the signalised pedestrian crossing is probably all that is needed, and that will work fine. As and when we get to actually looking at that site and we have funding to look at that, then we can revisit that.
Okay, I'll indulge you to ask a direct question on that.
So the cars are already going through that intersection? Like you're saying you don't want to encourage it, but the cars are already doing it?
Question though.
Yeah, that's my question.
Yes, so cars are doing it, but if you provide traffic signals there, that makes it easier and that makes it a more desirable route. So therefore it encourages more traffic to do that.
Okay,
It's already a very desirable route though, isn't it, Robin?
I think Robin has answered the question. I'm going to go on to Dave's question because I know he hasn't spoken so far on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to ask some questions on that which may help the Mayor as well.
Yeah.
Robin's just said that you'd revisit the intersection where, perhaps when funding is available. Isn't the point of this plan, this is to whoever wants to answer, that we're talking about a plan for the future? We're not saying when money is available, when it isn't. We should be saying what's the ideal end result in the plan, and if an end result potentially includes signalising or doing something with that intersection, should this not, I don't know who it's to, should this not show it? Because I'm based that on Robin's comment just now.
So Robin, do you want to answer that?
Well, no, it's really to the planners, because Robin's the one that said that's something we could look at if there was funding available.
So in the future, should it be required?
Don't we want to identify that now as a possibility, at least?
So just identifying the location of a crossing point or signalising the, is that what you're meaning?
Yeah,
Oh, the potential to have one.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
we can do that, and we've said in Project 38, Mill Street Boulevard and pedestrian enhancement, that the purpose of this project is to improve the amenity and pedestrian connections along and across Mill Street, including pedestrian and cycling crossing facilities, formalised pedestrian cycle path along former pit lane site, and introducing a row of trees with amenity planting along the middle of Mill Street. So we've just kind of outlined some indicative outcomes that we'd like to see to enhance the pedestrian and cycling use, but that doesn't preclude the intersection from being investigated further, which would then also, would include addressing some of those pedestrian and cycling outcomes.
Okay, so that comes to my next question relating to the same diagram. The two pedestrian crossing areas shown. The eastern or right-hand one shows a pedestrian crossing at the lights, which basically leads pedestrians towards, I can't remember what the gates on the east side are called. Is that gate 3? Yeah,
Gates 1 and 4.
Yeah,
yes.
okay, 1 and 4.
Yep.
It directs people along Tristan, gate 1 and 4.
Yes.
Gate 2, is it, on the western side? Tell me the numbers.
That's
Gate 2. There's also large numbers of people go in and out there when there are events, and that's on the Seddon Road Mill Street intersection. So the logic of the eastern one is not matched by the logic of the western crossing.
So if
the western crossing, I'm asking you why you haven't chosen something that also fits within the desire line.
So I guess there's two desire lines. There's the desire line of Hinimoa Park, which is quite central and quite through the middle of Hinimoa Park, and the crossing kind of more or less lines up with that. And then the other side is on page 93 or page 55 of the document. We've indicated that the eastern entrance to Waikato Stadium could be enhanced to provide a more welcoming entrance to the stadium in that space, and in doing so, that lines up a little bit more with where we've put that pedestrian crossing location anyway. And these are
That's the western, not eastern. You got the
sorry. No, both of them. If you are you looking at that
I'm
plan
looking
as
at
well?
the map.
Yeah.
East is on the
Oh
right,
my
west
gosh.
is on the left on your map.
Sorry, yes.
I understand what you're
Sorry,
saying.
yeah.
So, do you think that there is going to be more pedestrians wanting to cross Mill Street, having come through Hinimoa Park,
Yes.
than there are having come out of Seddon Road wanting to go back into the city?
Well, it's a mixture, I suppose, because Hinimoa, we want to encourage that, and we also have to recognise that some of the events that happen at FMG Stadium are less frequent, very much busier, but less frequent than the day-to-day activity that you'd have in Hinimoa Park. So it's trying to balance the two demands, really, from the day-to-day use by the general public and also balancing that with the high peak usage at event times for FMG.
Well, those dotted white lines are only indicative path lines at the moment,
Yes,
aren't they?
absolutely.
So you could equally have a dotted white line that, once it passed the Farley, angled towards that intersection and filled everyone's needs,
Yes.
both the Hinimoa Park ones and the stadium event ones coming the other direction.
Yes,
You could
that's
do
correct.
both
Yep.
with that. Thanks.
Make them your burning questions, and then we move on
I won't take my questions from you, thank you. On page 108, I think it's 108, there's a list of current user groups, and the first little box is organised sport and community groups. And you go down there, I beg your pardon, no, it's not. Oh, shit. 108. You know, I'm on a page 108 now. Okay, there's a list of lease owners, so to speak. And some of those leases go out extraordinarily long time, like the Fraser Tech goes to 48, Hamilton Squash 2048, Hamilton Squash goes to 2025, there's Royal Plunkett goes to 2030, Waikato Table. Anyway, those clearly are not community leases, because community leases have a limited time, don't they?
I assume so, yes.
So what is the nature of those leases?
I might not be the best person to answer this question. Karen Kwok might be, but that's just me picking up the dates from all of our lease arrangements.
Understand. You're just
Yep.
reporting, but
Yep.
I want some.
Some of these are historic arrangements prior to us introducing the new community occupancy policy and guidelines.
It's just transferred them from what your understanding is?
Yes, so some of the older agreements were much longer terms historically.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that. Pardon?
We can double
Okay,
check.
no, I'm not suggesting they're wrong. I'm just saying, obviously, for example, Fraser Tech 2048.
They've got a right of renewal, I believe.
Beyond that.
No,
Oh.
to that date. So
Oh,
it might
okay.
have been like a 20 plus a 20
Okay, so those leases are, and it's good that you've brought them to our attention, are reduce our flexibility, don't they?
Oh, well, it's a 30-year plan, so yes, in the immediate term, perhaps they do reduce some flexibility, but then at the same time, if they're going to be staying there for a long time, that might actually be working in our favour. So it's just being able to identify what those leases are and then understanding what those the parameters that these dates create.
Okay, all right, and I've got a question on page 152, which I will laboriously, get someone else a go now, Paula, if you want. I'm trying to get to my page. Okay, hang on, I'm just trying to get to page 151.
so inspired by Councillor Mallett. It was all good.
You were jaw dropping, weren't you? Page 100 and... Oh. Yep, on page 115, we talk about on-street parking and its relationship with low-quality pedestrian environment. Can you just justify the comment, low-quality pedestrian environment created? I live in the area pretty much, and other than the leaves dropping from trees, it's a beautiful pedestrian environment.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I
so
said they're throwing slugs at people.
I think that statement needs to be read in its context because it's the continuous parking combined with narrow footpaths. And so apart from it creating a bit of a feeling of being a bit squished and cramped, particularly if you might be walking with your children or pushing a pram or in a wheelchair, and then meeting oncoming pedestrians, it can feel a bit cramped. But then there's also...
reporters, there's tons of photos of mums pushing wheelchairs in their report.
Yep, and wider situations, that's right. But that,
so where is a situation where the pedestrian amenity is low quality?
So I'd say along Tristram Street outside Seddon Park would be a great example of that. The path measures only about 1 metre wide, and then you've got parked cars all the way along, and then the stadium and vegetation at ground level, and it is very cramped. It was very interesting as well, going out with a number of girls' college students who we engaged with for over 6 hours, and trying to walk with them along that stretch of road was particularly challenging, particularly when we had
on the footpath, you mean?
Yes,
yeah.
But when we had oncoming pedestrians coming towards us as well. So that's based on some experiential analysis.
Okay, thank you.
We are actually I'm going to do something a little bit unusual. I'm going to take a 10-minute adjournment because I know that the debate around this, everybody's likely to... There wasn't when I looked two seconds ago. Okay, so last question to each of these two councillors. Then we will take an adjournment. So if there's any rats or mites questions at that point, you can approach staff, and then we'll come back into the debate and the decision making. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Look, I took it from your discussion with the Mayor and others about the skate park, that where it sits at the moment is that there are potentially 3 different sites that could happen. Does the plan allow for that without any rejigging? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yes, it does.
Because I don't know the answer, so I'm one of the 3 is fine by me. So it allows for that.
Yes, that's right. That whole character area allows for that activity.
Okay, thanks.
Sure, just a second. Yep. So on page 52 of the master plan. So page 90 of the agenda.
So what is it on our diligent?
Oh, sorry.
90.
Yep. And so the intent of the character area is in that pink box.
Where are you? What box?
Sorry, I'm just working from the top of that page in that pink box where we talk about the West Town Belt Heart character area. And the intent is that the leafy green inner city open space destination and heart of the West Town Belt. It accommodates a diverse mix of community activities, sports and informal recreation. And then further down in the desired outcome, bullet point 4, it says play spaces for all ages and abilities, including preschool, school age and youth age play, as well as spaces for families.
And we just had previous discussion in which you said that you could add the word skate park to...
Including skate and playgrounds,
Okay,
yes.
so we understand that now. Okay,
so including skate parks in that point,
It
that
will be.
allows for those 3 options to, one of them to come through.
That's
right. Correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
And which are the 3
Councillor,
options,
no,
Dave? Just can you guide us to
Well,
what?
Jen mentioned them before, Boys Park, this one and one other, sorry.
He's just referring to the 3 park spaces that I talked about. So it could be Boys Park, it could be Hinimoa Park, which includes Pit Lane and the corner site, which you've identified.
Okay.
And it possibly could even include the Founders Theatre site. Who knows?
So where does it
what's
say
happening there.
that? I just want to make sure this is locked into the document.
Yes, so that whole character area is set out on this plan here.
Okay.
So that's the whole space.
Okay.
Yeah,
And we
which
are
includes
adding
those
those
parks.
additional words, Mayor Andrews.
So we'll add those words in under,
Yeah.
there's the points, 28 says Boys Parks project, there's 32 Hinimoa Park project. They both have words in there about play spaces for all ages, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
We're going to add in including skate and playgrounds and skate parks.
Yep.
So that people are a little bit clearer on that.
So that leaves the option for it to be in the same city block as where the Farley's going.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm happy
Anywhere
for,
in that character area.
Okay,
Yep.
I'm happy for staff to remove my references to the skate park then, and thank you for clarifying that.
That's all right.
Thank you. Final question, Rob.
Yeah,
Councillor
thanks,
Pascoe.
Chair. Look, I'm just wondering, let's say we approve D, which recommends the approval of the Western Town Belt, which might include the moving of that signalised crossing down to the intersection rather than on Mill Street. And in, say, 10 years' time, Robin's team comes back to us and says, we're ready to do something now. And from a safety point of view and from the traffic movements and whatever else work they do at that stage, they recommend that we go back to the original plan, and that was to have a signalised crossing. Where's the status of this whole master plan? Does the then council sit down and relitigate the whole of the plan again because we're going to change something that's in here, or does it stay as a master plan, which really is an indicator of what we might do depending on the circumstances at the particular time when we're ready to do something?
Yes, the latter, and we also have recommended that the master plan is reviewed every 5 years so that it maintains maintains to be relevant and current. That's right.
So aren't we wasting an awful lot of time today sort of suggesting that we might have it here or we might have it there, when ultimately it's going to depend when we are ready to move, it'll be the recommendations from the expertise within management as to where it should be. Yeah.
Yes, it's important not to get too stuck into the detail of the character areas.
I think we're doing that today. Anyway, it's...
It's a blueprint. Okay, we're going to have it. After the motion's coming up after the break, after the adjournment, and I think that's probably the best time to tackle questions. Okay, so we're going to come back at. We're going to have morning tea. We're going to come back at 25 past fresh to debate. Okay, everyone. Excuse me, everyone. We have a quorum, so we are going to begin. And we're going to move into the debate in any second now. Hang on. We're going to move into the debate any second now. But Gary did signal before we went for a cuppa that he had a question on the recommendation, if we can have it back up, on the motion.
I've discussed with Andrew and Dave, and I don't think we quite got to a common. It says.
By the way.
Okay, that's different than what I saw before. Request the pit lane removal becomes that was.
Okay, so have a read, and while you read.
Has that changed since we went to Smoker?
Yep. So Andrew will.
Is that how we do it now?
Andrew will talk to it in a minute. Can I just say that I would move the staff recommendations, and I'm seeking a seconder for the staff recommend. Thank you, Councillor Bunting. And that will be an amendment, obviously. So questions. Gary, have you got a question about that? So you're clear before we go to discussion?
Sorry, I just need to type this on.
So while we're waiting, Mayor Andrew, you've got the one question?
Yeah, so Lance, this might be a question for you when you're ready.
Mm-hmm. It's not for me to second guess this. I do find it unusual that the recommendation, which is staff report, moved by the chair as action amendment. I would have thought it would have been the motion and this would have been the amendment.
Well, because it was too slow and Mayor Andrew got his motion up first.
Okay.
But we may have to take some parts in some of the recommendation parts. Let's see how we go.
Thanks.
So question from Mayor Andrew, then a question from Gary, then we go to debate.
So on page 91, General Manager Lance.
Yeah, I'm just getting to it.
Thanks.
Yep.
So it shows all the pit lane parking gone.
Yeah. It also shows an outline of the existing V8 pit lane parking area.
Where? I can't see that on my picture.
Just that little comment under 37, the speech 37, Hinima/pit lane project.
Comes right down there. Yep. Okay, so for that to be removed, even although it shows it removed in this plan, would that become a decision of council, of a future council?
Well, it'll be a funding decision because it's considerable cost. I think you have to recognise that it's on the park. It's actually not a formal parking area as such.
Okay, so we're not going into debate. We're just a question of clarification. Yeah.
In relation to that, one of the facts about that area is it's been included in the parking management policy thing that's being looked at the moment, recognising that it's and this, I would have a question as whether this potentially cuts across any options that come out of that. That's due back early next year, I think.
Question. So does that cut across any... Robin, did you hear that question? Oh, okay. Thank you.
So the parking management plan would take into consideration the strategies that have been put in place to actually under the principles that come back. But it should be, the parking management plan is considering the pit lane parking in the parking management plan. But we would consider the West Town Belt Master Plan as the priority document to feed that guiding document.
Well, hang on, why does, I'm sorry, as the Chair of Growth and Infrastructure, why does one plan have preeminence over another? They should be talking together and be consistent, but not having one...
Okay, so question, why...
Where does that happen? I mean, where's it said in our policy that...
Okay, question, anybody want to answer that one, please?
Yes, point taken. So that's something that we can actually look at as part of the document, and that's council's decision to make the preference of what pit lane parking is through those conversations.
Thank you. Now, question from Gary on the I'm taking
Okay.
questions from Gary on the recommendation,
So
so
just-
he
I
understands.
just want to stay on the subject, but I don't want to go away from
Are
the
you asking a
subject.
question, Mayor Andrew? Or making
Around the subject, yes.
a question?
So, Dave, have you
Yep.
finished?
Well, it's not settled.
Okay, so
whether,
question for
whether the
yeah.
master plan overrides the parking, the Town Belt master plan overrides the parking plan, or whether this part of the master plan is in abeyance until the parking management plan's dealt with, or how is it
so
treated?
that's the question. Can we get a definitive statement on where in relation to each other these sit, which is the predominant guiding plan, the parking or the West Town Belt?
So it's the status of the land in which the parking is on. In this instance, it's on reserve land. Therefore, hopefully Jamie may be able to help me here. In terms of the parking on reserve land has there is a requirement as to what that parking can be used for in that space under the Reserves Act.
However, when this was raised at the Access Hamilton Committee and then it was reported on at G&I, the whole parking management plan, this had already been identified clearly by members as being one of the areas under consideration, and it was pointed out it was a reserve, and that there would need, in order to, for instance, charge for parking, you would need to pass extra resolutions and change statuses and things like that. But
So we're getting
just
nods.
because it's a reserve doesn't mean to say that,
Okay, so we're
given
getting
the fact that
nods.
members in good faith have identified that as an area they want to look at.
Of potential, yes. So so we're getting nods that is able to occur.
Yes.
That nuance between what?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So are you comfortable with that? The staff are saying that's exactly what is intended.
Well, and the query is, does this master plan allow for more input yet to come from the parking management or anywhere else in council? Or does it rule that out? That's the worry.
So what's the answer to that, please? Let's get clear, because otherwise we're all going to be in haze. So it is a reserve. It is used for parking. If the parking task force group, or through growth and infrastructure, Access Hamilton or such, it was identified that it could be like a pay and ride, a park and ride car park, or anything else that they may have discussed, how will that work? How does that work with this? Can that happen? I'm not being to be difficult, but this is something I think.
Both strategies should be able to work together, and we should be able to, upon further investigation, figure out what is most suitable for that site. Is that broad? It's a bit broad.
Does that answer your question, Dave?
No, it doesn't guarantee anything.
No,
it doesn't guarantee that the question's open. I don't think anyone's trying to turn it into a car park now. They're trying to make sure that a future outcome of council's deliberations would allow for that or rule it out before we get to that point. Now, I don't know how many times we have to say that. That's
so the question
issue.
is, if this plan went through today, the Western Town Belt, as it is, with the indicative overlay that it currently has, and then the transport teams came up with the need to make it into a formalised car park space, there is the potential, with the way it's currently expressed, to do that.
There is the potential, yes.
So there's no significant barrier. There's a few changing of zones and might occur, but there's no significant barrier.
No, it's a non-statutory plan, and if the appropriate investigations were done and the appropriate studies were done to identify that there was a need for parking in this particular location, then it could be changed and reallocated as transport land in the future. Doesn't rule that option out.
Are you happy with that?
Yep, that sounds fair. And added with Lance's point that you'd need money to change it physically, and that has to be voted on by council.
Yes.
Yeah, and I've got no problem with what the mayor's put up, because there would have to be a resolution of council. I think from what Councillor Dave's saying, the point he's brought up is a good one. I would just say in the wording on page 91 in the box, it says 37 Hinimoa /pit lane project. I'd suggest maybe we just, well, it's either harden up or soften up the wording just so that that intent is, or that ability is clear around.
Could you put in the 37 box saying, as per future decision of council?
Yeah. So we could put something into, just to make sure that what you're talking about, Access Hamilton and other decisions that are got to be made by council are actually flagged in this, so that we don't get a whole lot of ambiguity going forward and tie ourselves in knots.
Yep.
So if you're comfortable for staff to put in the appropriate wording, we will do that.
Yep, so there's two things here now. You've covered this one off and you've covered off the skate park. Can you just put that in as part of the resolution so that it ensures then it carries through to the final document? Thank you. So I'll just get you to work with Lance to get to see out, because it's not required anymore, and just make a reference to the two things that have been discussed.
Yep.
And the changes that are going to be made to the final plan.
Yes, that's correct. And they're in my document here in red, so we don't miss them.
Okay, so
if you just make a reference to that in the motion.
Okay, so everyone's clear on that. We've come closer.
Thank you, Lance.
We've now opened the door for that.
On the similar vein, but it's in relation to B. How binding is B? This is the, can we please have it back up again? This is the intersection V pedestrian crossing. Because personally, I'm supportive of it being an option, but I'm not supportive of it being the only option in replacement to the other one. So I'm wanting to know, because I want to see more traffic flows and I want to see more discussed by the appropriate group. So does it rule out the fact we can put in a pedestrian crossing the way that's written? You see what I mean?
No. I mean, what we've got in the plan here is saying the future state of the pit lane needs to ensure that a safe and direct primary north-south pedestrian path is achieved. And there's a few other things there too, but you can still achieve a safe pedestrian route through a car park. It just needs to be designed accordingly. So,
sorry, no,
yeah.
I haven't made myself that clear.
Oh, sorry.
B.
Sorry, B.
Yeah, the intersection one, actually, as it's worded, moves that path across the road up to the pedestrian crossing. In its present wording, I can't support it, but I'm supportive of it being an option. Do you understand what I mean? So we could signalise that intersection. Yeah, great. That would be cool, because then when time goes, so what I'm saying is I don't want to make this too restrictive, because the wording of that actually
Okay, so
takes
now
it
we're
off
getting
your
into
hand.
debate. We've understood the intent, so let's.
So could we tweak the wording so that it does?
That's in the hands of the person who's moving it. So we'll get to that in a minute, and he'll be able to talk to where he lands with that. I think
Yeah,
you're
okay.
open to making an option, not a definitive, aren't you, Mayor Andrew? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So sorry. Let's not all talk at once. Thank you. We just need to understand what's proposed. You don't have to agree with it. That will come for the debate. Gary's actually been quite patient while a number of people have jumped into this particular question. I would now like to take Gary's questions on the recommendations.
Okay, Mike, before the break, I was concerned that C, which Andrew and I think Ryan was the seconder at that time too, weren't you? Yeah. Anyway, that it said that, I think it was words to the effect that the existing parking will be retained or something, did it, Andrew? Okay, I was wanting that to be confirmed to say that it would, that parking, which is at the moment pretty bespoke, it's not regular, it's not efficient, it's not marked out, it's not painted and that sort of stuff. So I wanted to bring that into it. Now we've completely taken the parking out of there.
Project 38.
Lance is just working on C now.
Okay, well I can only comment on what I can see on there.
He won't be a minute.
And yet possible is good.
Right, we're just.
Can I suggest some different wording? So it's about you approve the master plan, et cetera, including appropriate wording for Project 38, which reflects Roman numerals 1, options relating to future pedestrian crossings on Mill Street, and Roman numerals 2, possible future council decisions relating to car parking in the pit lane area. Would that cover it?
Project 37.
Why the possible for the car parking? I mean, but you might as well
Well,
take it
so
out because it's not, there's
Now, hang on,
possible
Rich, we're getting
means-
an answer to the question.
I could just say future council decisions, because there will, as I said before, there will have to be council decisions on that, as councillor Dave talked about and the mayor talked about.
We're a council, we can make a decision today. And I
you-
thought that was what we were going to do. But
Well,
it's
we
all
are.
been pushed out now.
We are,
and,
so, but you can talk to that in your debate, but now it is clear what the intent is.
I'm just trying to give you an
Before we
option,
go
so-
to debate, we
Reference
just
to
need to,
skate park as well.
we just
in your-
need to get Mayor Andrew to confirm what his motion is, so that we're not going round in circles here. It's being typed up. Okay? Mayor Andrew, would you like to look at your motion and make sure it is what you say it is, and then we can move forward? Okay, so give me a few minutes, councillors, we're just getting the final tightening up of the wording in Mayor King's recommendation, which did come only this morning, otherwise we may have had time to do some work on it.
And we'll be going, oh, that's gorgeous. Oh, gorgeous. It's appropriate sometimes.
Right.
It's like crosswords coming to life. Scrabble.
Thank you for your patience. This is a very important document, and it is important that we're all pulling the same way and we understand what we're voting for, so I do appreciate your patience. And now that this is up, I'm just having a quick look at it, because what it seems to do is allow some options to come to the table, which were allowed for anyway in the flexibility of the plan, but it just gives some clarity about that. And having discussed that with Councillor Bunting, we've decided that it's close enough to what the staff recommendation. It doesn't throw up any particular differences. It just opens the door to some possibilities, and therefore we're happy to remove our motion. Okay, so now we will go into debate and recommends, approve. With
noting the following clarification.
So we've got to approve the town belt. That'd be from the first one. Recommends the council approve the. You got that? That's right. Okay. So all the key points are there. We are approving the town belt plan, master plan. We are keeping the option open around the Mill Street, and we are keeping the option open about Pit Lane, and we have already talked about changes that would ensure that Skate Park location is further considered, right? So is everybody happy with those things? We'll go in. We're in debate now, so Mayor King is the mover. Would you like to speak to your... No, I've removed mine. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Well, I will lead off the debate then and just say a huge vote of thanks to the staff and team that have worked through this, given that it was landed on them just over 2 years ago, quite early, 1 year ago. And I think you have done a phenomenal job, both in weaving together some very complex issues, and a lot of them, this is a big space for us to manage, a big public space, and people have a lot of interest in it. And I know you've worked long hours above and beyond to get this the way it is. And I particularly like the fact that we have had some open days and consulted with stakeholders in the public, and that you've come back to us with several iterations of this West Town plan. And we've had all the maps over tables, and we've had all the opportunity that we needed to drill right down into our visions and aspirations for this park. I think this is really exciting because now it gives clarity to the community about what this space can be used for, and people can plan and go ahead with their projects, which I think is vital. We know that there are some new assets planned. We do know that there are some existing assets which, as we said earlier in the day, are ageing and need some attention, whether they remain there or they're refreshed or whatever happens to them. But this space is a space that we will treasure for all time, so it was really important to get it right. And I thank all the councillors for their hard questions, for taking such an interest in this project. And once again, finally, the staff, because I think you have done an awesome job. Thank you. Oops, let me just get on discussion tab, sorry, to see who's next. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I'll just echo your comments to Jen and the team. I want to applaud the work you've done here. Going on this journey with you, I didn't realise that this town belt's been in existence for well over 100 years, and I've learnt a little bit about town planning because of that. But I think you've unearthed and highlighted and guided a really well thought out master plan. I don't know if you'll get full credit for the countless hours you put into it, but just want to acknowledge the depth, multifaceted, well considered and layered document you put together.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Jen and Nick as well for the work they've done. They've often got it in the neck, but never for me, of course. But despite how the disputes that people have had with you and crosswords and that at times, I think people have appreciated very much the work because it's something that's been long overdue. It's a big picture plan. I don't think people should yet get too hung up over the details. but it allows us to look at requests for development and proposals for development in a big picture way, seeing how they fit instead of the one-off piecemeal way we've done things for the last 20 years at least. So that's really good from my point of view. I'll just say to my good friend Councillor Gallagher alongside me here that the changes word and B that Scott has knickers in a twist isn't actually changing anything on the ground. It's providing for options, slightly wider group of options in those areas, that's all. It's not actually changing anything. He's still going to be able to get all the green space that he can handle, and I don't think it's going to be a problem supporting this resolution for him. He's not going to compromise his values.
Thank you, Chair. Look, like everybody else, I have to thank the staff for this. They have, this has been quite an epic undertaking, and we've been kicking this around for quite a while, and we've finally got there. Fantastic to see that, we've got the proposed Whālei there. But, the original recommendation by staff actually took in all this. I think we've just made it a little bit more complicated today, but of course I'm going to vote for it. It was all open, and I think we have to, the amount of work the staff have put in, the amount of public meetings we've had showing the public, I think we have to have some sort of trust in the staff here. But I think we've made it a little bit more complicated today by shoving things around, but of course I'm going to vote for it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for all you've done. I think we've been very lucky to have you putting your fingerprints all over this, or designing this, in fact. A lot of us didn't even know there was a Western Town Belt in town when we got here. For many, many years, we've talked about facing the river, facing the river, facing the river, as if that's our only asset, and with no disrespect to any of that, I think it's great that we've got something else as well, a lovely ring around town, which was actually set out to be. I make no bones about the fact I got grumpy that I think we jammed the Kote Pacifica thing in there early, but it is there, and I'm supportive of it, and I think it's going to add something to it now. And thank you for for hurdling that one as well, and guiding us through our amateur town planning ideas as well. I often walked down the Dunedin Town Belt when I was younger, thinking this is really very, very cool. That it is such a beautiful macro project. I've walked down the Napier foreshore, which they've done a beautiful job of as well, with a combination of parks and stuff. And what excites me is, with my Transport or Access Hamilton hat on, is the flow of people. And I'm really thrilled to see that park. Now, I didn't put any pressure on you to put a walkway through down the middle. It's something I lobbied for way before I even got on council, thinking there should be a lovely walkway from the stadium all the way down across to Claudelands. And I'm really excited that a great mind like yours has come up with the idea. So it shows me that I was perhaps accidentally right with that. I'm nervous, and thank you to the Mayor for changing the wording of that pedestrian crossing there, because I think that keeps our options a lot more open. Because by the time we get round to it and actually have some money to do this, we'll have better data on pedestrian flow. We'll be able to see that whether cars are still as dominant as they were. This plan, if you like, lends a lot more to a more pedestrian and cycle-friendly city. So I'm really excited about it. So thank you for your great work.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to Jen and Nick and the team. I found it a very exciting journey that you mainly went through, and we were just there to guide and suggest. And I just loved the interaction with the people out there that you did, and got so much input from that as well. So it was really, really wonderful. I just like Councillor Hamilton and Bunty, I actually didn't know that existed, and that to me is just something. When you look at the other bigger parks, Central Park in New York, and we've got a big one in Munich, we need the green space. We need some of that kept for us, and like you said, it's for our physical and for our mental health, and having that space really integrated into our city, and where people can flow through more easily and actually make use of it. Now, hopefully more people understand we have a park there, will be exciting. And I do look forward to see the Fale there, to have that cultural connection as well. So, the other thing I just want to say is what I'm excited about for future councils and councillors to be able to pick up some of the ideas that you put in here and run with them and make something out of it to improve this the city for future generations. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And look, I echo the same from other councillors to Jen, Nick and staff. It was evident to me from that very first open day that you had at Norris Ward that it was a major task ahead of you, and I was very impressed. And it was evident to me that residents who turned up for that open day were also keen to provide input into the master plan. And despite what seems to have been an unrealistic amount of time spent this morning, I'm hopeful that once the master plan goes out, that we will get that feedback from the residents who claim to have as much ownership to that Western Town Belt as we have. I'm a little bit concerned that we have today cherry-picked on 3 items and given the size of the project, I would have hoped that we would have left not focused on any specific items, but left that to as part of the master plan, which would then be that we would, as part of business as usual, at the time of implementing parts of the master plan, that we would look at the evidence and the information at that particular time, rely on the expertise of our staff and the community to implement the master plan in accordance with what was or what will be the most appropriate thing to do at that particular time. So I'm a little bit, while I will support receiving the report, I really am a little bit concerned that we've taken 3 items out when, you know, I think of the station, the rail station, and a whole lot of others that are in that plan that will require significant investigation and work as we move towards implementation of parts of the master plan. But again, thank you for the work that you've done and the expertise that is quite evident in this master plan.
Thank you. I totally endorse Councillor Pascoe's observations in terms of the wording. I don't think, frankly, B1, 2 and 3 are actually necessary because I think they're already in the plan, and you make the point of a possible future railway station, possible Homer cricket, all of those things. I think they're all there in the mix. Having said that, I will, of course, vote for the motion. Personally, I'd have preferred B1, 2, not there, but because I think it's covered. It's no secret that I am not enthusiastic for any vision that includes the ongoing survival of the V8 Memorial Car Park slap bang in the middle of the beautiful West Town Belt. I don't think it'll actually add any great thing to the wonderful Fale that is to be built there, but I accept the reality as a future council will look at that and calibrate those issues, you know, on a case-by-case basis. And I don't think... and that we've got the Reserves Act, there's a whole lot of things that will come through that. But look, in the end, that's a decision around the timing. I think that the project gives us some really good options and flexibilities. You know, it is a 20, 30-year vision. And I think it's also a good reminder, can I say this with all humility to my colleague elected members, sometimes, often, many times, people who spend hours and nights and years of training and education in this field sometimes know a lot more than elected members. So I think we have had the brilliant synergy between the staff team, all right, all of you, in terms of the professional training and expertise and knowledge that you bring to the table, and then obviously the council who've got some broader vision but also interact with the community as well. So I think in the end, tortuous as I think it has been at times, I think we've got a good synergy, all right? But frankly, Mr General Manager, make sure you keep employing excellent staff, because if you walk around the West Town Belt, you walk around the lake, the Hamilton Gardens, these world-class green space facilities are there very much because of the professional team of a range of skills that you have gathered and the Chief Executive gathered together, and we're very, very grateful for that. I know that you, as a staff team, cannot wait to get onto the East Town Belt work. You cannot wait. You are going to put this in the can and then you're rushing straight over to the other side to do that. I also just want to make one final observation, how important the heritage aspect has been through this process, both in terms of the evolution of the West Town Belt and the East Town Belt. I noticed, for example, the early settler cemetery, which is really important, but I also note the fact that we are acknowledging and must acknowledge the totality of the hundreds of years of human habitation in Kirikura, Hamilton, and that must be also reflected, and I think by and large it is. In final sum up, thank you for the extension of time, Councillor McPherson. I will say that I think this is going to really make Hamilton Kirikura a fantastic city, and I think as we move ahead, we will be really proud of this evolution of the West Town Belt. Thank you for your extension of time, Madam Chair, which you freely gave. Thank you.
Can we take that minute off his next speech?
Thank you. Very generous.
Okay, so we're up to Councillor Tooman.
As long as the Deputy Mayor, but just when I looked at this project, it seemed to me at times to be bigger than Ben-Hur. We went through quite a number of trees when we printed all the various documents. And this morning, of course, the questions and the amendments to the staff recommendation, which I thought was a pretty good recommendation. But I'm pleased to see that finally a bit of common sense has finally prevailed. And as a result, of course, I will be voting for this motion.
Thank you. I hate to rain on everyone's parade, but I will. There's one big question that I've been asking, and a lot of people have been asking the whole way through, and that is why. And I still am not sure why this process even began. What we currently call the West Town Belt is simply the organic growth of what happened through our community over 150 years or so. Yeah, and that will never be perfect, but neither will this. I'm very concerned that I was unable to interrogate the plan sufficiently in the question and answer period earlier. And just one thing that just highlights it for me is the parking issue that is Martin calls the V8's Memorial Car Park. We are going over, we're twisting ourselves into knots trying to get people back into the CBD. One of the big reasons that people seem to be coming back into the CBD, if they are, is the 2-hour free parking at the cost of $2 million to ratepayers. We now have a area in the Western Town Belt which is possibly useful as a car park, and we're not capturing that so that we can, because I assume that the people who park there will be a lot of people who work in town who don't want to park in town because they don't want to get their customers use up their car parks that the customers will use. So some of these things are completely and utterly contradictory to what we're trying to do in other parts of the city. So yeah, I don't think this has been a good process, because it is nice to refresh and have a look at everything that's in our city, because we have a beautiful city and there's some very beautiful parts of it. This is one of those beautiful parts, but I don't think we've added much value at all in this whole process, and I'd love to know what it's cost in terms of staff wages and public communication, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ka nunui te mihi ki a kōrua me ngā kaimahi katoa e mahi ana ki tēnei mahi. So I just want to really acknowledge the work that you have both done on this master plan and all others that were involved to bring it to its current form. Particularly, I wanted to acknowledge the engagement, which I found to be quite rigorous, with mana whenua and iwi. And so, in my view, the process and the strength of that engagement with iwi, with mana whenua, has given effect to our special relationship through Te Tiriti o Waitangi and ACTS and all other levers that we have in place. I also want to acknowledge how the historical legacy, how you've stated it in the plan, has been recognised, particularly around the destroyed past site. And so as a master plan, iwi absolutely recognise the use of Te Aranga Māori design principles as a really excellent platform for us to participate in partnership and all those principles going forward and how we plan and move forward with this. So iwi support recommendation. Thank you.
So I want to thank staff and elected members for the flexibility and patience that you've shown today and also since the start of this plan. As opposed to the original plan, the removal of community buildings is not going to happen now. The skate park is specifically referenced, and the V8 Memorial Car Park is now not being removed. But today I specifically want to acknowledge Rachel Corrales, who is here today from Kote Pacifica, and for your team who have worked and for all the work that you have put into this. In future and present generations will bless you, Rachel, for what you've achieved today, opening the door for a Pacifica hub, and I believe this is a monumental moment for our city and for your people. So again, thank you so much, Rachel.
Vote on the tab, please. Is it coming?
The motion is carried. 12 for, 1 against.
We don't see the one against.
Councillor Mallett against.
Okay. So the numbers are slightly wrong because it says 4, 12 and 1 against. Of course, Angela's left, and so there can't be. Ah, okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good maths, Councillor Henry, good maths. Okay, everyone, we'll move on to the next item, item 8, which is the proposed change of for the Hinimore Park, change of reserve classification. And I'd ask you in this item to focus on just the change of their classification, and let's not go into any more West Town Belt discussion. Moved? Moved by Councillor Cass and seconded by Māngai Te Ua. Would like to have done that myself, but I'm happy whoever does it. Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, excuse me, I'm a little unwell, so I might just nod to some questions. But we caught up with most of you recently around this report and the Kote Pacifica proposal itself. So I'm happy to take the report as read and take any questions.
I think that's a very good idea. Thank you very much. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Good morning. Afternoon. Hello. So I just want to be really clear on the attachment 2, item 8. The red line is the designation line that goes, sort of lops a corner off the bowling green, and I assume that's for that path that goes through there. That's quite clear in everybody's mind, yeah?
Sorry, just repeat the last part of that.
That's quite clear that red line goes, it lops off the corner of the bowling green.
Yes.
It's not going to sort of incrementally creep up right up to the tennis courts and,
So,
block off the park.
the area proposed to be reclassified has been informed by the Kote Pacifica proposal.
Yep.
And that is basically that shape with a bit of room to move to ensure there's flexibility around the detailed design.
Yeah, I just want to guess make sure it's locked in, that there is a gap between those two places so that path can still get through.
Yes, yes,
And
absolutely.
everyone's, yeah, great. Thank you. That's all I got.
Discussion, so we'll go,
Right, Gary.
questions.
Oh, sorry, I was.
Oh, sorry, you are.
I was an item ahead of myself.
Okay. So no further questions. We'll go into discussion if there is any. I'd like to make a quick comment myself. Anybody else? Deputy Mayor Gallagher.
This is but a significant next step, right? And it's a very important step to take. I agree with and totally endorse all the words of Mayor Andrew in the previous item in terms of acknowledging Rachel and the Kote Pacifica team in terms of all of their work, but it's very much a team, and obviously Elisabetta Corrales, an earlier generation of Pacifica leaders for whom Rachel and her team now are delivering the promise. They started it over 21 years ago, and Rachel, obviously, and the team is carrying on that incredible journey and trying to land, if you like, the amazing vision. Clearly, once the Whālei is built and the other attached centre with its multitude of activities, it will be a great, wonderful, iconic asset for the city of Hamilton, Kirikuroa, and also in terms of the users of the facility, whatever part of the Pacifica neighbourhood they are related to, whether they're from Aotearoa, wherever, it will benefit everyone potentially in this city, and I think it will be life-changing. So I cannot, to be honest, and this is genuine, I cannot personally contain my excitement at this next stage, but I do recognise it's but a further stage, all right, and there's a process to go through, but fingers crossed we will eventually ultimately land what I think is going to be an absolutely fantastic facility and project for our city.
Very good, Martin, you saved a minute.
Thank you, Chair. Again, a long time coming. Thank you, Rachel. Because if anybody has ever been to Kote Pacifica, you know what sort of premises they operate out of at the moment. You know, they can't put on any sort of performance or any sort of cultural events there whatsoever. So look, this is going to be pretty epic for the city because you imagine the sevens we have here. We've got the ABs versus Tonga on the 7th of September. If the Whālei was up and running already by now, you imagine the cultural events that could hook in and be directly corresponding to our world-class rugby stadium, FMG Stadium. So look, this is fantastic for the city, and I look forward to the eventual opening of the Pan Pacifica Hub.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And yes, I just want to echo what the previous speaker said about Kote Pacifica and Rachel and also her predecessor, her mum. And just see, we're talking about diversity. Let's see it visually. And I'm just so grateful we didn't put this Whālei into some back street somewhere out in wherever. It will be very public. It will be on one of the major busy roads we've got here in Hamilton. And just like the connection with rugby and so on, it's just going to be wonderful to see. We haven't had many visual displays of diversity in our city, and so this is going to be very iconic, and looking forward to seeing a whole lot more in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A bit of a late push on the buzzer. Look, really quickly, iwi support, absolutely support the recommendation, the proposal there. We look forward to supporting our Pacifica whānau and working together, and we just give our mihi to you. Thank you.
Also, I want to acknowledge Kote Pacifica's flexibility and a partnership with Orchestra Central and the other orchestras who they are accommodating as a part of this this project and the use of this land. And it is, it's really wrapped up two very important groups in our city as one project, and we just tend not to forget be careful not to forget that other side that Kotei Pacifica has accommodated during this process. I also just want to use this opportunity to just raise a thought around why Waikato Tainui don't have a marae in Kirikiriroa, and that this is something that I think needs to be picked up by our members in the next council. And of course, this won't be driven by council. I think we need to talk to Waikato Tainui about this situation, and just flagging it so it's top of mind leading into the next Tronium. Thank you.
Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Andrew. I think this is an important next step. I do very much hope that the public will get behind this important project, and that any objections will be minor and can be easily dealt with within the design and build of the project. I've always been 100% in support of the Kotei Pacifica, and so it's heartening to hear all the positive comments today, because it started off a little bit lumpier than that, and I did in fact have to use my casting vote. But here we are on a happy day where we're all buying into some visionary project for the city, and the funding is in place, which is awesome. And that's often hard for groups to get the funding they need, so that's another big tick to it. The vision is in place, and at this stage in time, I think we just got to get the few loose ends tied up, and then let's get on with this for the benefit of Hamilton. So thank you, Rachel, for your persistence throughout the project, and for Peter before you for just not ever letting go of the passion and your inclusivity of other people of the city and other uses of your space. So I do appreciate it. Thank you. We'll go to the vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Amazing. Great. Fabulous. Thank you, everyone. We'll now go on to, just got to find my next item, the item 9, which is the Claudelands proposed change of reservation on the reserve classification. Very similar issue, different place, also a very good purpose. Have you got anything you want to add to that, or are we taking it as read as well?
I'm happy to take this as read, just acknowledging that Ellie and her team are here, and we've been working with them very closely on this process.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think I do see some questions popping up. But I'm personally very excited about this, and Ellie and team are here, so they'll be able to tell you what they've been working through in terms of the design and plans for the settlement centre, which I know has been the entire focus of Ellie's life for at least the last 4 months. So hopefully we can make progress here today and go on to the next stage. Questions? Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. My question's around car parking, actually, because I know how busy that gets in its existing size. If we're going to double the size of the building, it would follow that we're going to need more car parks. Do we need to do anything in this proposal to extend that car park out? The natural inclination would be to bring it along beside that zone?
So I guess in terms of regulatory requirements, it's looking fine in terms of that it wouldn't be a significant requirement for more car parking, but if we're talking about practicalities and the functionality of use of that facility, I think that's something that we'd look at a little bit more. But there are, I mean, when it comes to parks, we don't build for peak car parking. There are other transportation options. A lot of the, Ellie will maybe add to this, but a lot of the community that use this don't necessarily drive, and part of the facilities or services that they offer are around driving, but also cycling and public transport. So
I share your ideal, but I'm not quite sure I share your optimism, having been down there a few times when there have been big events on there, Nesian Festival, for example, quite recently.
Can you frame that into a question, please?
So I know that during Access Hamilton, when we were talking about putting a car park on Claudelands, for example, we had to change something to do with the Reserves Act or something. And I'm just wondering if we need to do that for that little chunk of land there.
Sure, I follow your question a bit better now. We're not proposing to reclassify the existing car park, and that doesn't prohibit our ability to extend that car parking if it was palatable in future outside of this reclassification area.
Great.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you. The existing site is kind of clearly delineated from the park, but the red lines you've got there on our, which is on our page 152 in our agenda. How will that boundary be? Will there be a fence built around there, or is there any need to delineate? Because I mean, obviously you've got the building obviously won't need to be delineated. It's there. Sure. It's going to be built, but the other, yeah.
There's no need to physically delineate that area at all. The red line has basically been informed by some discussions around the concept of a proposed future extension. So the details around the size of that are still yet to kind of be worked through. And that then doesn't prohibit the ability to use that grass area that's part of the park, just like the rest of the park. Okay, but if you're talking about a property thing here, so a kid playing soccer or kicking a ball around or something just outside the red line won't, maybe it doesn't matter, but maybe it does, that if they jump across the red line, they're then in the settlement property. Does not matter. A lease boundary will be determined once we work through that, and the lease boundary won't... A legal boundary, but I'm talking about a physical demarcation or separation, which the tenant may or may not think's important, but I just think it's something that probably needs to be addressed. I don't see any need for a physical barrier between the two facilities. The way this is being worked through is that the facility works with the park, and that there's a relationship, a positive relationship with the park. All right.
That's what it's working presently, isn't it?
Correct.
Actually, yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
But
Any
it's a
further
bit more
questions?
clearly delineated now.
So the red line is just the Reserves Act classification. So if a kid playing football is on a recreation reserve or a local purpose reserve, I don't think they're really going to, and I'm not trying to be smart or facetious.
I know.
They're not really going to care whether it's what the Reserves Act classification is. I think what you're talking about is when we come to the community occupancy lease for the larger footprint, that's when what you're talking about sort of comes into play, which is a bit further along the process.
I guess I'm a little bit talking also about security, vandalism, things like that. And it's not, I'm not trying to put a bad thing on, but just the fact that someone can unintentionally kick a ball in and smash a window and things like that.
Yep, so we obviously work with the team at the centre, and we would address those as an operational thing. So if there's anything like that, we might be looking at, the last thing we probably want to do is actually put a physical barrier in there, but there might be different ways of actually achieving what you're talking about if there was an issue. And, everything from CCTV to a whole bunch of different stuff. So we'd work closely with the occupier of that land around that. But so far, it's all reasonably positive, but who knows what public behaviour is going to be like in 10 or 15 years.
So members of the public would not know that they are on the settlement centre's property or not?
No. I think the key thing is probably just the settlement centre having their own security and of the building itself, e.g. locking things and having alarm systems and that sort of stuff. And there might be just some subtle but appropriate signage and things like that there. So.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
I don't believe there are any further questions. So we will go to the debate, if there is any debate. Councillor Deputy Mayor Gallagher.
Briefly, this, obviously, we were previously dealing with the Kote Pacifica proposal. This proposal is, coming from the HMS Trust for different reasons, but in a sense related reasons. Again, an incredible, as we know, asset and facility. And I think that this footprint, which is what we're being asked to sort of put out for consultation, will absolutely add to the dynamics of Claudelands Park and that part of the city. And I think I just reflect a little. We've had some tragic times in terms of the Christchurch Mosque Massacre. We all gathered in that area to join with our Muslim community in sharing the grief we felt. We've also had some really happy times in Claudelands Park in terms of the various cultural events, the Nesian Festival, for example. And I think the HMS Trust Building and Centre is, again, a wonderful underpinning of the diversity of our community. And I think that this particular proposal will actually absolutely add to the dynamic of that part of town in the Claudelands Park area. I think it's very important that we do give the HMS Trust moving forward a certainty of occupation, certainty of a footprint, because obviously they too need to be talking to a range of funders in terms of evolving their particular proposal. Obviously complement the staff team and of course the team from HMS Trust in bringing us to this point, and we'll be looking very interested, we hope that one would hope that this should again be fairly straightforward, fingers crossed, but certainly we'll be strongly supporting this recommendation, Madam Chair. I'll second.
Thank you. Councillor Mallett.
I just want to ask a couple of questions, if that's all right.
No, sorry,
Yes,
it's too late.
Okay, well, I wouldn't be supporting this if the council's not paying for the building, putting anything into the building or anything like that. Is it? No. Thank you.
Thank you. Just quickly, look, I think it's a wonderful thing we do here, because we are a growing city and we have more and more people coming from different cultures, and we need to adjust. And so we're future-proofing, which is really, really exciting. And we know people from all around are coming, all around the world are coming to live in Hamilton. We see it on a monthly basis at the citizenship ceremony. Like just on Monday, we had 131 people from 25 countries. So it is exciting, and we need to help them become part of our fabric, have their own fabric come with them, their own culture, but also integrate. And so you're doing a fabulous job there. And just I think I just cheer you on, and I will vote for this motion. Thank you.
Just members, we should be proud of what we have in Hamilton with our settlement centre. It's touted around the country as being one of the best settlement centres in New Zealand, and there's only one other settlement centre, or one other refugee centre in New Zealand, that, or former refugee centre, that's rates with what we've got, and people use us as an example. And we probably don't realise that around this table, just what a great job is being done out there by HMS Trust and Ali and her team. So we just really thank you for what you do, and you make Hamilton Kirikiriroa look great with what you're doing there for refugees. The former refugee community, I believe, is one of the most vulnerable groups of people in our society, and a part of what we do after we set a strong financial foundation for this city is to look after our most vulnerable, and that's a part of our mandate in a Judeo-Christian country that we live in. And this group do really well in what they're doing for that community. So thank you again so much.
Thank you. Also lend my vote of thanks to the Settlement Centre for all that you've done. And Ellie, I've popped in a few times and seen the mounds of paper that you personally have had to go through to develop your concept and get it to this stage. And I know that your team have been working hard behind you while you've had to put your resources that way. So well done on this. It's not easy. I would say that given the increasing diversity of people in this country, of all faiths and all backgrounds and all cultures, that this space is only going to be needed more and more. We see this in the people that arrive through our citizenship ceremonies or arrive at your centre every week, who have needs to and rights to become a citizen of Hamilton quite fully. So the programs you run from there are amazing. I don't think I ever pop in there and don't find every room used for something on a daily basis. And that is what community centres should be looking like. So well done to you. This potentially gets one aspect out of the way, and then you'll be coming to the new council and showing them your plans and designs, and I'm very excited about that. So all the best. Thank you. We'll go to the vote. Thank you, Council. We're going to adjourn till 1:10 for lunch. Is that okay? That's 35 minutes. 1:10. Okay, good afternoon, councillors. We'll come back. It's probably actually marginally nicer here in the chamber than it is outside, don't you think? With that disgusting rain. So let's get on with the next item, which is the item 9. Claudeland's, no, we've done that. It's item 10, which is the General Manager's report at this point.
Great. Thanks, Chair.
Whoops, no, I've missed one. Stop.
No, you haven't.
Haven't I?
We're on 10. Yep.
Oh, good. There we go.
Okay, so I'm not going to labour the report, take it as read. Obviously, it's got a couple of procedural matters in there just about the Hamilton Gardens Management Plan deliberations. Report needs to come back to the 17th of September. A number of elected members were obviously at the hearings yesterday. The biodiversity strategy, internal work, there's a bit more work that we need to be done and a little bit more public consultation, as we say in the report. That could probably be discussed in the next item as well, which is, this is an action that comes out of the next item. Probably the key things are the report back on Ruakiwi Road that came to the committee last meeting or the meeting before, which I'll get Maria to do in a minute. And just to highlight the, I'll just put a bit of an update in there on about the regional sports facilities plan, so you could see what our actions are in that around our major sporting facility needs, but also what's happening with other councils. So just to give a little bit of context and an update on that. So I won't labour that. I'm happy to answer any questions on that. So I might just, if you're happy, Madam Chair, to hand over to Maria just to maybe give a bit of an update on the Ruakiwi Road property. I think she's got Emily here too, who's our facilities manager. Her team's been involved in that work as well.
Thank you. Come and give us some happy news.
So as you'll, good afternoon, Madam Chair and councillors. As you'll all be aware, we were directed to go away and do some further work with the Ruakiwi Roadhouse to get a full condition assessment, structural assessment of the property, and then subject to that coming through and an assessment of the suitability to go to an EOI process. I've brought Emily along because we're still in that structural engineer phase, so I'll hand on to Emily to give you an update on that.
Good afternoon. So as you're aware, staff have been and done a condition assessment of the property, and there's 4 major items of concern. One was the foundations. The second one was there was cracks in some of the internal concrete walls. The roof was in a bad state of repair, and there was the electrical wiring. So we've engaged a structural engineer to actually assess the foundations and the wall and roof. He's given me a verbal report, and we're expecting a full report back from him by the end of September. In terms of the foundations, he's found that instead of the foundations are concrete, and today's best practice is you do a continuous pour of concrete. But when the house was constructed back in the 1930s, it was batched. So what we can see is pancake layers of concrete. Now, depending on the reinforcement in that concrete, if it doesn't have any reinforcing, then there's a potential that those foundations can actually move. So we're going to do some more work to determine what reinforcement is actually in those foundations. The second area of concern was in the house itself. You walk into the front door off the porch. It's a typical villa. It's got a long central hallway. Both the 2 walls on either side of the hallway are concrete. That concrete goes right from the foundations up into the attic space. Now there's actually quite a large crack on both sides of the hallway, and that crack actually on both sides goes right through those concrete walls. So if you can imagine that being the concrete wall, there's cracks running down the wall. Now there's 2 ways that it could be cracking. It could be the weight of the apex of the roof pushing down on the end of the wall, which is pushing it down. Or at this end here as well, there's the main entranceway. That appears to actually have unconsolidated fill underneath it, and that porch could actually be slumping and actually pulling the walls down due to the weight of that porch. So we still need to do a little bit more work to determine which of those issues are actually causing the cracking, and then determine how we can actually fix it. The third issue was the roof. The structural engineer has been into the roof space. He believes that his initial investigation that structurally it is sound, but it will need to be re-roofed. And the fourth issue was electrical, and obviously the structural engineer won't be assessing the electrical, but it's still got the original distribution board and the pull-down lights. So if it was to be used as a community space, it would need to be fully rewired. And that is where we're at the moment in terms of information on the house.
Councillor Bunting.
From the floors, the walls and the roof, it's in great nick. How are the windows? So, right, on the plumbing, probably haven't looked at the plumbing yet, so we'll, okay. Thank you. My question is, obviously earthquake proofing is the thing that goes through my mind. Are our expectations of our buildings higher than a standard residential house? Like, do we have to do more earthquake proofing than anyone else?
So, residential properties aren't assessed in terms of how we assess in other buildings. And when we've talked previously about seismic strengthening and the new building standard, that doesn't go against residential houses.
Right.
The question will be is if we change it to a community house, the fact that it is single storey and it doesn't house more than 500 people, it actually falls in the realm of not requiring a seismic assessment.
Oh.
However, if we wanted to, we could always do that seismic assessment.
Right, okay. So when do we find out how much all this is going to cost?
The report that we're getting, for the engagement we have with the consultant, is to give us some indicative costs.
Did you say when that report's coming back?
By the end of September.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm on another item, sorry. Sorry, I'm on the sports regional facilities plan. It is part of this item, but it's just a different area.
Just in terms of its cover off the house, if you like. I've got a question, and I've got a question which is, given that we've got a community group with some urgent needs, what for accommodation and a willingness to work with other people, and I believe they're running around trying to find somewhere suitable. What's an update on that and where it's going?
So Christine Norris has recently put out a press release, essentially outlining what they are as a community group and what sort of space they're looking for in order to solicit some, more options. Staff have provided Christine and her team with a full list of all our facilities, where they are, what they are, and made the offer that should any of them look suitable to her, that would make the introductions with the current leaseholders and look if there's space for sharing. And I understand Trust Waikato also offered their new rooms, and they're offered to the community free of charge in any case.
Difficulty with that isn't it, is that they can't bring all their bits and pieces that they use for their programs. They have to use it like anyone else, take their stuff away and bring it back, is it?
Yeah, my understanding is that Christine has not found some of the places to meet her needs, or...
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but would you say we're doing just about everything we can to kind of try and help them in this space?
Absolutely.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor Gallagher.
Yeah, I have a question later with regard to the process only around the processing the dog park petition, but I can just quickly clarify that in the chair's report. It's not a big number, but the second, in terms of the process, I understand it. But secondly, on this one, so there's a written report. Once the engineer's done this thing, that'll come back to this committee or the committee in the new council. Is that right?
So the resolution we were given was asking staff to make an assessment after we received that engineer's report as to the suitability of the property, and we would bring that back to council.
Right, and that report will say it will cost, if it was to be done up to be habitable and for public use, you know, roughly this would be the window of money that would be required.
Yes.
And then there's a discussion as to who funds that.
Yes, and I guess in regards to the expression of interest process, we would seek direction from council as to the expectation at that time, yes. So basically we would be saying, is it council's understanding that, you know, say for argument's sake it's $200,000 that needs to be spent, that's put in the expression of interest is quite clear to the community groups that it's their cost,
yeah,
or
the community
council wants to.
Yeah, sure, and that would be worked out because obviously that would be the terms of the expression of interest.
Yes, I think it would have to be very clear.
Right. Okay, thank you. And just the other matter, I'm happy to do it through your chair's report. Should I do it probably through your report is better, isn't it? This is the process question with regard to the petition that came from the residents of the Lake Innes Common. But all I'm looking for in your report is just where that is at in process terms, as I understand it, just to clarify.
Absolutely,
That's all good.
not a problem. Thank you. So, Gary, you've got some different questions on a different topic. Has anybody else, you all understand where we're at with this particular community lease in this building? We're all happy to move along from that? Okay. Gary.
Thank you. Can I just want some clarity on this Waikato Regional Sports Facilities Plan? There are no costs that I've been made of, that are reported in this report anyway, but I see we have engaged contractors to do some work for us, beg your pardon, for this plan. Has that all been sliced and diced and allocated to various local authorities and whatnot, has it?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. So this plan, which is sort of under the auspices of the Mayoral Forum and the Mayoral Forum CEOs group, has funding from Sport New Zealand, from Sport Waikato, and also, like you say...
Sport New Zealand, who was the other one?
Sport Waikato.
Oh, Sport Waikato, yeah.
And there's also funding from local authorities, and if I recall correctly, I think our contribution was $20,000. I'd have to come back to you on that, so I'll make a note of that.
Okay.
So it's reviewed, it's been reviewed pretty much after 3 years, and they're looking at there'll be a bit of a tweak next year, a bit of a review, which will mainly be staff time from each of those local authorities and Sport Waikato staff, and we get Jamie Delich, who's the Sport NZ Facilities Advisor. He does quite a bit of the work too, and we don't have to pay for that.
Okay.
There's a couple of other bits of work in there too around the investigation into playing field provision with us, Waipa and Waikato, and we pay a share of that, but there's also funding coming from Sport Waikato and Sport NZ on that, but that'll give council the councils, the three inner Waikato councils, very good information for you to base your funding decisions on at the next LTP as far as sports fields go.
Thank you. On page 155, there's so this is part of the Waikato Regional Sports Facilities Plan, is what the headline says. It looks like the review or the study has been broken down into two areas: facility developments, if I'm right. Well, that's what that's what it's reporting, and network optimisation initiatives. Does that make sense to anyone?
Yeah. Do you want to know what that latter is?
What
the latter is?
Yeah. Well, both of them really, but that one particularly, yeah.
Well, the facilities planning is about looking at 16 key sports and recreational activities and what facilities do we actually need rather than the desires of particular sporting codes or whatever. So it's
so it looks at shared facilities. And
don't
do one of these because Waipa's already got one.
Yeah, all that sort of stuff. So what's the actual need for the inner Waikato area, and making sure that there isn't duplication of investment and all those sorts of things. The second part of that is sort of what you alluded to, was looking at what we've got now and how do we get better utilisation. So we look at some of the facilities we have up Day Street on the Eastlink Sports Hub there, e.g. the tennis centre. How could we, as a sporting community and our community at large, how could we get better usage of the indoor facilities and the outdoor facilities? So could the tennis courts be used for futsal or hockey training or whatever? So that's the optimisation of potentially new facilities, but also current facilities as well. So how do we get a better bang for bucks going forward?
So who or what's coordinating all of this?
Sport Waikato have a couple of staff, so they have a sports facilities coordinator, and then she has another person, I think it's a part-time person that works with her. So they actually pretty much drive the implementation of this plan in consultation with local authorities, tertiary institutes, schools and other providers.
So in terms of visibility to our group, and I appreciate we're only one of the stakeholders, so to speak, there's something on, what page are you on? 157, there's something called a review components. Is that sort of a list of all the jobs or the tasks we are doing through this review and telling us where we're up to and what it's like, when it's going to be finalised and things like that?
Yeah, correct.
So that's the top level, the helicopter view of the thing, is it?
Yeah, pretty much. So on page 157, it pretty much gives an outline of the review of the facilities plan and what's included in that, and you can see the timelines there.
Okay, some of the things are not very clear, like advisory group to meet to review draft plan. Yeah, okay. No, I'm just a bit concerned that I can't sort of understand the visibility. I can't sort of quite follow what's going on. But, you know, I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. I bet everyone else in here can. I bet everyone else in here can understand it. So
I'm happy to meet with you and expand on this and talk you through it. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's not true. Not everybody will be across the detail, but I'm sure that staff will sit down and work through the detail of some of this. It does get reported up, but usually in little bits, not necessarily in this entire form. So it probably is worth you sitting down with someone and figuring out what's what. Okay, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Gallagher.
So just on the table, page 155, clarify, you say 4 to 5 court indoor facilities. Is that the proposed university?
That's correct, yeah.
Why isn't Waikato District the key partner? Where's Waikato District in the other region, the other councils?
So those discussions are happening with Waipa and Waikato. Yeah. And until they actually commit to those with a resolution, then the steering group decided to leave that out of here. I can tell you that recently the Vice-Chancellor's Office have had a number of discussions with Waikato District Council, and I think in a week's time or a couple of weeks' time they're having a discussion with Waipa District Council too about their appetite, which goes on from, I think, Councillor McPherson included in the resolution we had at the LTP that we put in $4 million into that, subject to $1 million each from those two councils, or $2 million from one and maybe none from another. So
okay, so that's
definitely
so there's definitely in the yeah, because I know hopefully those councils of course would want to contribute. The other thing with the Waikato Regional Council Regional Facilities Fund that the Mayor's Forum pushed for, and on the day the Regional Council, the majority of their members dropped the ball and were looking elsewhere or were not in the room. Have we got a trigger to I'm just looking at a trigger for the new council to kick that debate off again, because clearly, there are things like regional things like sculpture parks, sports fields, cultural things. There's a whole range of things for which a regional facilities fund within reason could be applicable to. Are we going to get the regional council?
And that's on page 156. There's,
All right, okay.
under some of the recommendations that have yet to be progressed and include progressing the community facilities funding framework.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much the territorial authorities through the CEs group, and at the Merrill Forum is actually having that discussion again with the Waikato Regional Council, obviously after into the new triennium.
Sure.
So that's, to be honest, I go to these advisory group meetings. That was actually top of the list of the discussion. That, and it was a bit of a surprise that it didn't get majority vote through Waikato Regional Council at the time. So there's definitely an intent from the territorial authorities that that there will be an approach to the incoming Waikato Regional Council on that.
No, thank you, that's fine.
Would it be appropriate to get that in on this motion?
Could note it anyway.
So to get it in front of the new mayoral forum at the beginning of the next triennium, rather than wait until, you know, so, and is this the appropriate time to do that?
You could do that today if you wish.
So we'll do that. Can I politely
Thank you.
request that people speak in order of the questions that are on the list, if possible? Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, just a slight follow-up on the Deputy Mayor's point about the indoor facility at the university. When it says that key partners, if Joe and Jane Bloggs from Public were looking at that, they would think it was a city council project, so it ought to have the university there for sure. Plus, the 2 million was other Waikato councils. Obviously, they've mentioned the two main ones, but we might get 50,000 from Hauraki, who knows, that sort of thing. So just it sort of says the council partners, but not the non-council partners in that column. So
yeah, look, I'll make that point. I've actually just put in what came from the advisory group, but I think I'll make that point. I think it's a very good point, so that people are reading this actually are very clear on what it actually is.
Yeah.
Get some clarity on that, so it's a good point.
Yeah. The other one I had was from page 157, and Gary mentioned the review of the 2018 plan, and I looked at the list there, and funding approach reminded me of the problems at the Peak, where a beautiful building, reasonable floor until it started breaking the other day, were built, but nothing was there for the equipment and fit out, and some people who wouldn't know their front from their back, I wasn't trying to be polite here, were left with designing some of the stuff, the final bits. So two questions out there. How do partners, the user partners, let's call them, the regular users, have input into the plan that actually sticks, not input that's filed in the bottom, in the round filing cabinet like last time? How do we actually use that expertise, and don't just think Arrow knows it all? And secondly, the funding approach, how do we get it so that it's funded fit for purpose from day one, not having to wait until we can get extra, 150,000 from this trust and 200 from that trust and that sort of thing? So it just seemed like the funding approach in the past was to try and get the bare minimum out of the council and the Ministry of Education and hope we could fundraise for the rest, which is, for a major regional facility, I question that approach. So have you got some comments on that sort of side of things?
Yes, I have, and that's been highlighted in the way that the University of Waikato project is being structured, so that there's essentially all the partners, including the regional sporting organisations and the users, are actually to be involved in the actual whole design process, and actually there's also obviously a funding stream about how do you actually build the facility, and even if you do it in stages, so it is fit for purpose, and there isn't like you end up building a shell and then you're hoping you're going to get some money from this, that and the other to be able to fit out, basketball goals and all that sort of stuff. So I think, and having Jamie Delich there from Sport NZ, he's a pretty experienced guy, he works all around New Zealand, and it sounds a bit cliched, but he has got learnings from a lot of other projects, and we found he's very invaluable in the way that projects are set up going forward. So I think we're in a good space around that as it moves forward. The University of Waikato, obviously it's part of a bigger precinct plan as well, but I'd have to say they're quite well resourced, and they have thought this through quite carefully. We've given, Maria and I have given some pretty detailed input on that, and we'll make sure that that happens.
Thanks.
There are no further questions. I imagine there'll be an update early in the new term on this regional sports facility plan. Okay, so there being no further questions, we'll go into discussion if there is any.
Yeah, I'm just
Is it different from what's in there?
There's a small change.
I'll just get Lance to tidy that wording up.
Excuse me, is D just the only change? That's just that addition?
We'll just get the wording.
But that's the gist, isn't it?
So we don't need to write into that about the road report coming back to us in September? We don't need to.
No, it will come back.
Okay.
This. Yeah.
Oh, it has a date in that resolution, does it?
September's not the date of the resolution. It indicates that the process should be wrapped up by March next year.
Oh, okay.
So.
Right, thank you.
So the wording, just something to the effect, Mayor Andrew, that the council requests the mayoral forum revisits the regional community facilities funding framework with the Waikato Regional Council.
Item in a new training, just to put a
yep.
time frame around it.
Yep.
Oh, okay, that's
Yep.
good enough. Yep.
Right.
No, don't be sorry.
Community facilities funding framework.
Through, is that your team's job?
Yes, and obviously Blair goes on behalf of Richard to the CE's meeting and to the mayoral
Gets
forum.
it on the agenda.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm happy to move the receipt of the General Manager's report. Is there a seconder? Yes, Councillor Hamilton. Any discussion? All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Chair Paula, I wonder if I could just jump in now. I just wanted, after the GM's report, I'm not going to steal your thunder from the Chair's report, but just on behalf of the staff, I just wanted to thank you and Ryan as Deputy Chair, the Mayor, our Mangai Māori and elected members. I just want to thank you for the last 3 years. The way that I think as a committee, I think we've worked really constructively, working through a whole bunch of opportunities. We've had some issues and challenges. We've had long-term plan deliberations. We've had annual plans. But I think, I think we've actually achieved a lot over the last 3 years. And the word team sprang to mind. I think, we've had good open debate. We've had some very good questioning. We've had ideas. We've had problem solving. We've had issues management. And I think we've ended up in a good space around, around the community side of environmental side of what we do as a council. So just on behalf of the staff, I just wanted to thank you all for that. And for those of you who are standing for local government elections, I wish you all the best during that process. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next item is the, number 11 is the biodiversity pilot project. Paula, hello. There again, councillors have had a number of opportunities to meet and to talk with Paula, so she's going to give us, a summary version, and we'll go straight to questions afterwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. This is an update on the Local Indigenous Biodiversity Strategy Pilot Program, which you considered in October last year. And as part of that resolution, you've requested an update on the actions that were to be undertaken. So since the last update, matters that have progressed recently include the prioritisation of sites, and that's all about knowing where to use and target resources for biodiversity. And we already had the ecological and the community values identified, but the cultural values have now been identified, and they're shown in attachment 1 to the report. These have been based on the Waikato Tainui Environmental Plan, and they're still being finalised and tested with tangata whenua. The second part is part of shared measurement. There's been a methodology to develop biodiversity indicators, and as a result of that, we've got a one-page report card for Hamilton City, and that's identified in attachment 2. And it has been shown that those indicators can be used regionally as well as locally. I guess the third aspect of the tools being developed is that biodiversity has been referenced in a number of other parts of council business, such as through the development of integrated catchment management plans and growth cells, which are being planned at the moment. And lastly, the Cities, People and Nature project is about restoring Indigenous nature in urban environments right throughout the whole country. And as part of this, the University of Waikato is developing the Hamilton Restoration Planting Guide for the Hamilton Ecological District. All the research has actually been done for this, and the drafting stage of the report is just in its final stages. So that'll be available for everybody to use once completed.
Be on things that you clearly don't understand, rather than a way of pulling apart the strategy or making political points at this time. Councillor McPherson.
A political point. No, seriously, and it's something I've raised before. If we think something's no good in the strategy or insufficient, but more to the point, how do we go about getting that changed? It's been raised at least twice before this year, and it's still appearing. That's the 10% biodiversity target, and it says over time. It used to just say 10%. Now it seems to be that's forever what we're only trying to achieve. I could understand 10% in 5 years, and then it goes on from there, but it doesn't even. So how do we improve that? How do we get that discussed?
You'll have the opportunity as part of developing Hamilton City's own strategy. This is a pilot project.
When's that? Well, what if you think the pilot project's a bit weak?
While we're still developing the strategy for Hamilton, I'm happy to arrange for staff to come and have some workshops with elected members.
Because I recall, Maria, when I asked this question either last time or the time before in relation to street trees, which was actually raised by Gary and the dropping of leaves, that you talked about, you were disparaging, I thought, of native trees being planted because they drop leaves all year round, was your comment. As opposed to just at a certain time. So I'm just wondering whether there's a bit of resistance to. I don't recall us ever having had a discussion about or adopted a 10% target. That's my worry. It was my worry months ago.
Okay, so what you've been told there, and I think it's not fair to quote what staff may or may not have said in a very much more complex conversation than what one line would suggest. But in respect to that, what you're saying, Paula, isn't it, that the biodiversity strategy, which is where we own what we are going to do for biodiversity in what time frame, is the chance to either lock in the 10%, more than 10%, or less than 10%, and some timelines. But at the moment, this is a collaborative pilot project and we're only one partner. Have
Okay, so-
Have I got that correctly?
Yes.
Yep, so how do we influence that to get a better target? How do we influence other partners?
Is there any way of, in the short term, influencing the pilot project? Yes or no? I mean,
No.
No. Okay, thank you. We might not be a satisfactory answer, Councillor McPherson, but you have one.
Well, no, I'd like an answer, sorry.
She said no,
Oh.
not for the
There's no
pilot.
way of influencing it, so,
The pilot project, no.
so we're stuck with the, so if we don't like the targets, we have to vote against receiving the report as our only option.
That's an option for you. Shall I
Okay,
take some
so
further-
when is our own strategy coming up that Paula?
When's our own strategy coming up?
It was part of the last resolution that'll be reported in early 2020.
Yeah.
So I
That'll
think
be one of the
that's
first
where we
things.
have the target, the
Yeah.
percentage target in our strategy.
Yeah, but we can influence developments, for instance. We can require in developments. There's a lot of, it's not, I think it's a lot of woolly thinking has probably gone into this, sort of feel-good stuff, but not,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, well, you, in the debate, make
All
the
right.
points that you want to make, because I think you might find some people who agree with you here. Councillor Mallett.
Thank you. I was going to bring up Dave's question too, and I think it's just governance 101. You know, we need, if you're going to do a job, we need to know when it's going to be done, who's going to be held accountable, what happens if something goes wrong, and those. And I don't think this is well framed that way. Look, paragraph 3 in the executive summary talks about something called the collective capacity. Is that related to the experience gained by others?
Yes.
Okay, and
Includes
so
other
so
agencies.
we're doing a pilot run, but you're suggesting other people have done pilot runs too, have they?
Well, there's so many agencies involved in biodiversity. For example, you've got the university, you've got the Department of Conservation, you've got the regional councils, you've got a whole lot of local groups. It's all about collectively bringing everything together.
Okay, so that sounds like we're redeveloping the wheel. We're not. Have these people already done this stuff, and we're going to do our own one, and maybe it'll be different? What's?
Well, my understanding is the Hamilton strategy.
Well, do you understand it? I mean,
Yes,
do you understand what's going on?
Yes, I do.
Okay, explain it.
So the pilot strategy is going to be used on a regional-wide basis and will help and assist all the other urban areas within the region. And so a lot of the tools we've actually developed will be used for Hamilton as well as for the wider region.
Okay.
And
Without-
so it's about bringing everybody together on the same path.
Yeah. So without being too detailed, presumably others have done some work like this. Why are we not just using their work?
Of the collaboration,
Yeah, so
isn't it?
it is. This work has been done jointly with the Regional Council. And we also involved the university. We had an external advisory group, you may recall, which did involve the university, members from some of the conservation groups, and a social values person, Del Hood, and Shane Ngatai from iwi.
Okay, next question, please,
But
Gary.
what's new that we're doing? Why have we needed to do this if other people have already done it and they have got stuff that we can use, information we can use?
Well, that's the whole purpose, is we're bringing all that information together in one place. And different organisations are doing different things. It's about collectively bringing it all together so that everybody's on the same page.
Okay, I think we've got a clear answer to that. It's a collaboration we've chosen to be part of. Next question, though, please, on a different point.
Okay, we're talking about funding by somewhere I saw we're funding by the Waikato Regional Council and University. What is the cost to us on the Hamilton City Council thus far?
Oh, I can't give you an answer on that.
Why not?
Well, it's only been in kind in the last 12 months. So some of
we've
my
got-
time.
So I presume we can that back to
Yeah.
Gary at another
Yeah.
time.
Okay.
So that can come back to you.
All right, when do you think you might get that to me, or us?
Oh, in about 3 weeks.
Okay.
3 weeks.
Right.
Oh,
Any
you're
further
right on.
questions, or you're finished? One. Thank you. Councillor, apologies, Mayor King.
Hi, Paula. You said you understand how it works, which I know you will. So it's Indigenous biodiversity. The trees that we have on our streets aren't Indigenous, that's mainly, is that correct?
Most of them.
Most of them aren't Indigenous. So if we started, as we rotate out our English trees off our streets and started to grow Indigenous trees, would that, firstly, is that an option? And secondly, does that mean that you take the outline of the tree from, say, a satellite type thing and that becomes part of the 10%?
So I can probably help with that,
Where's
Mayor
that voice
Andrew.
coming from? Thank you.
Voices, do you hear voices? So with the street trees, there's some considerations in terms of survival rates. So there will be some instances where native species are appropriate to plant in our street tree booms, and there will be some cases where they simply won't survive in that environment. So Kaikatea, an example, where they like wet feet, and in a road verge, it's a little bit dry for them. So we do have native species included in our tree list, but there are other things that we need to take into account.
So my question is, does the footprint of those trees, as in where the leaves are, does that count towards the 10% on our tree planting and our street planting?
My take on that is that it wouldn't be included in the 10%. So some of the work done to date is actually identified the land area of all the gully systems. So, for example, pardon? Yeah. So if we planted all our gully systems in Indigenous vegetation, we're getting quite close to the 10%. And a lot of gully systems have other types of vegetation. There's a lot of weed, there's a lot of exotics in those. And it's really only the SNAs, the significant natural areas at the moment, which are identified as purely Indigenous. So the other thing you've got to remember is, and goes back to the street tree issue, is biodiversity is about flora as well, flora and fauna. So some of the critical endangered species actually like exotic trees. So you do have a mix there.
So So Paula, what my concern is I voted against this last time because, yeah, it is. I voted against this last time because we couldn't get to the 10% in our gully systems. And what I'm asking is, why can't we have a policy of replacing our English street trees with time, with things like Kaikateas or other Indigenous plantings that could then count towards the 10%? And what my concern is that we have beautiful parks in our city, and we're really proud of that, and we have a lot more parks than most cities in New Zealand, and I wouldn't like to see the green spaces filled up with Indigenous planting to get to our 10%. And I'm wondering why part of our street planting, if we change to Indigenous species, couldn't come in to make up the difference between our gully planting, and so we weren't starting to plant out our parks.
Certainly we can look at the indicators that have already been set on that.
Who's setting those? Are we as a city setting those, or is that external?
As part of the pilot project, we've identified the indicators. That's part of that shared measurement. And if Hamilton City wants to do something separate in its strategy, well, it'll be up to them.
Well, we are
made
part,
that decision.
can I continue with my question?
So this could be done as part of that this biodiversity strategy, which is the next phase, Andrew. Mayor Andrew, sorry.
Yeah, I just, you just seem to be discounting the fact that our street planting couldn't be included, and I'm wondering why it can't be, because we are a major player in this pilot, aren't we?
Oh, absolutely.
So can't we
Mayor Andrew, if I can just jump in, it's Jen. Hi. So just to, I guess just to Paula's point, well, both Paula's points, that the pilot strategy was really about bringing all of the ideas around this in this space together and building a bit of a platform off which we could launch our own biodiversity strategy, and that's the next step. And at that point, as Maria was saying, we can have some workshops to consider a whole load of different ideas about how we get to where we need to get to with that space. But you will all be a part of that conversation. So this, I guess that's where this conversation is a bit disjointed, that we're at the end of a pilot and at the beginning of a conversation about what Hamilton City Council's strategy will look like.
Okay. I just think it's really appropriate time to talk about it with Lance in the room and the streetscape people and the parks, and just proposing, I mean, Dave's made it quite clear that he wants to see the figure bigger than 10%. I'm suggesting a way of at least getting to 10% with street planting, so that then we consider where to from there without destroying our green spaces. And the other thing I wonder is if the green spaces and the good they do for the environment can somehow be included into the pilot for what they do for the environment as well as part of a balance. And I'm just throwing these out there because I'm concerned.
So the answer to the question is, in the next phase, we can bring all of that staff resource and information to the table.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casson.
Thank you, Chair. In regards to Mayor Andrew's question there, street plantings, that would require on the rooting systems of the trees, wouldn't it? Because we've had huge problems with previous plantings, uplifting footpaths and everything else. So we would have to be careful of what sort of trees we plant, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there are no further questions. So I'm happy to move that the pilot project be, the staff recommendation. We're only receiving the report. Somebody to second that? Councillor Hamilton, thank you for that. Any discussion? Okay. Councillor Mallett.
Thank you. Problem, I think we're barking up the wrong tree with this. Someone had to say it, didn't they? There are numerous characteristics you can use to judge whether or not a tree is of value to you. Now, one of them, legitimately, is that it's a homegrown tree, a native, but there are hundreds, many other characteristics that we should be looking at, and I don't think we're getting good value for money if the overriding issue is to try and get natives in there. There's issues about roots, there's issues about leaf falling, beauty. Some native trees are bloody hideous looking things. There's a whole lot of factors that we should be taking into here, which we aren't taking into. We're arbitrarily going down the line of focusing on one characteristic only, which is missing half a dozen other characteristics that really do matter. And unfortunately, we've set off down this journey. I don't know if we can turn it back, but I'm resolutely against the whole focus of this thing.
Yeah, I'm not going to support receiving this report because I think our sights are set way too low. I don't have the same, I'm resolutely against it as well for entirely the opposite reasons from Councillor Mallett. I think there's a lot of woolly thinking going on in the reporting to us and in the thinking behind it. And I evidence that from some comments about, my jaw drops when I hear that it's not kahikatea, for example, can't be planted. I invite the person who said that to go to River Road North outside the Flagstaff shops. There's no extra watering system in there, and look at how those kahikatea trees are growing, and they're growing in plenty other places around the city. Look at the titoki trees along the side of Te Rapa Road between the service lane and the main road, a very dry area, again with no extra watering on tap, as it were. Yes, some native birds, because we said we're talking about fauna as well, do like other plants, but they existed for several hundreds of millions of years here with no European plants. So it's absolutely facile to bring that up as a suggestion that, you know, that some European plants are better than natives was almost the implication there. The trees that have caused the biggest problems on footpaths, let's look at facts here, are actually the European trees like planes and oaks and things and the ones that have dropped sticky stuff all over the footpaths and roads and cars parked underneath them. They're not natives. You know, so I don't mind having a debate about whether there's good and bad native trees and good and bad European trees, but let's not distort the facts. And I think there's a distortion of facts that have gone into this, the thinking behind this. I think it would be very easy to do things like what the Mayor suggested and get over 10%. And yes, in the gullies there may be a whole lot of non-Indigenous weeds, so perhaps that's part of a good weed suppression program by planting the right sort of natives might do the trick there. I mean, our sights in this thing are set so low, I'm going to have to look up there to see them down there. You know, so I'm not happy that not happy that after we've raised this sort of thing a couple of times, there's been no change. It's like the people behind this, they know best, and we're just elected members. Let them have a bit of a say in council, let them spout on, and we'll go on with what we think is best anyway. Sorry.
I'll support it because I admit you know this a heck of a lot better than I do, but I'm very interested in what Andrew said. Mayor Andrew said rather, about incorporating this in the next phase in our general streetscapes thing. And I can tell you this from personal experience. Our neighbourhood is getting its trees replaced at the moment, and I want to use this as an opportunity to pay tribute to the excellent staff like Dan and the team who have been brilliant working with the community. But what was interesting was the community and these streets wanted natives, and they did have a series of trees that suited streetscapes with, you know, the right root structure, the right, you know, didn't drop too many leaves and various things. We did work out of that, though. You can never please everybody with this thing, and trees are a very emotive thing. But I'd be really interested in seeing council delve into a broader policy down the track after this pilot. So good luck.
Madam Chair, just quickly, I mean, I will vote for it, but I do agree in some way with Councillor McPherson as well. But what worries me always when we say over time, and time is just such an infinite space, and somewhere along the line we actually have to say, set a timeline, because then things get done. When we don't set a timeline, it's just too airy-fairy, too fluffy-duffy, and this is important. This is actually really, really important. And so if we, well, the next council, whoever, will talk about this and hopefully set a clear timeline, just like the government does for so many initiatives now, they set a timeline. So it brings in some urgency. And I think we need urgency when we look at things like that, like biodiversity. I think it's really an important part of our makeup of the city. So I'm looking forward to that there will be a timeline set, and then there will be some specific. Like then we can then look at the streets, and then we can look at everything that has got that involves trees and the biodiversity. So yeah, that's my part towards it. Thank you.
I'll vote, of course, to receive the report. I do think in the new council we need to work out, you know, what over time means. I do get that. I think it's clear, and I'd certainly strongly suggest, given the name of this committee, even that this report and our biodiversity strategy would still be very high on the agenda of the incoming new committee. I think that's very important, and we actually get down to some of the details. This is an overall report, I get that, and acknowledge the incredible number of community groups who are partnering with us in this area. I think that's very important. But yeah, the only thing I would say is let's work out, because obviously that's going to be through our LTP process. You know, that comes with money, that comes with clear budget provision. So if we say we're not happy with over time, we say certain time and measuring, obviously that does have clear. So this is going to be a key component of our LTP as well. Thank you.
Just say a few words myself. I'm, of course, happy, well, I moved it, I think, to receive this report, because we are just receiving a report, and what we are receiving is the first step in the right direction, which is a pilot project. And there were some grumbles from other parts of the community that were really chomping at the bit to be involved in this. And we had to take a step back and go back to them and talk with them some more and line that up. And most of them accept now that this is what it is. It's a pilot project. It's your first toe in the water. It's a collaboration. And they're looking with interest to how we do solve the issues in our biodiversity strategy. So they're looking for a clear, strong direction from Council next year as to what we are going to do as a city towards improving our biodiversity. And I share Councillor McPherson's view around the target. I want to see the 10%, because if you may recall that when Professor Bruce Clarkson, who is not only a national expert in urban ecology, he's an internationally renowned expert, and he came to us and he was the one that said it's his many, many years of research that tells him we need to move from the 2% of significantly ecological coverage to 10. And that's what he's talking about. He's actually not talking about introduced trees. He's talking about significant indigenous flora and fauna. That's what significant ecological land is about. So we do need to figure that out. We do need to probably spend a bit more time as a council understanding what biodiversity is in our city, what values it brings. We're back into a time of the 4 well-beings, let's remember. So environmental well-being is back on the radar, and it should be. And we need to work harder towards that. If I'm back, I'm going to be a strong voice for this. If not, I'm hoping that the others who've spoken highly about the target and how important it is will do that also. So thank you to Paula for the work you've done, because you know and I know that the people in the space in the community behind this are hugely passionate, and the majority of them are doing what they do voluntarily. So they are using science and data from people like Bruce Clarkson and John Innes and a number of other important people from the Crown Research Institutes and universities and so on. But what they're doing is at their own cost, their own time, their own effort. And we should get behind them, because for every dollar that we invest into those people, we get a lot more. We get at least $2 back in value for the city in the long term. So. But then again, no surprises here. I've been a champion of biodiversity in cities for a very long time. So on that, I'll move that we go to the vote.
The motion is carried, 10-4, 3 against.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Might move things around shortly. So we'll go to city safety, item 12, please. Hi, Kelvin.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, councillors.
Andy.
The report is relatively straightforward, so I'm going to suggest it just be taken as read, and we're happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
That's a jolly good idea. Hang on, let me just get to the right thing. Mangai Tua.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for the report, gentlemen. Just a question. I didn't see any mention of any engagement or any of the actions that had the Māori wardens involved. I just wondered if there was something there that I've missed, or if not, why not? Just reflecting back, Calvin, you remember when Māori wardens were a really effective part of a strategy in central city safety, and I thought they're a resource that could well be used to advance the actions here, the goals.
You're absolutely right. In a historical sense, they have played a huge role. In more recent years, as demand on their time across a range of areas, quite apart from what we're doing, meant that they were unable to sustain some of the earlier commitments that were made. It started with their patrolling around in the central city. They used to have a semi-permanent presence at the transport centre, and over time these things have pulled away. They still make themselves available for events, but not on a more permanent basis as you may have come to expect.
Is that something that's been discussed with Te Puni Kōkiri? I understand they have supported the Māori Wardens in the past, and I wonder what their level of support is now.
I can only speak on, I can't answer that, but I can say that, I mean, like, we've certainly, with the last vestiges we had, was working very closely with them as part of the transport centre, and we were funding bus passes and a whole range of things to recognise the contribution that these people were making and to get them to and from and a range of things.
Thank you.
A suggestion arising from that is that we do try to get ourselves updated with where Te Puni Kōkiri is with safety and Māori initiatives around safety. Is that okay? Excellent, thank you. Thanks for that good question. Councillor Casson.
Thank you, Kelvin. Page 170, business perceptions of safety during the day. So I see they're feeling a lot safer during the day. Do they make any comments as to the reasons for that? City safe, etc.?
Not specifically for that I have, because that was a separate survey which was run by the Hamilton Central Business Association.
Okay.
So I don't know whether their survey had opportunity for free text commentary.
Okay. Page 167 here, it's got the reasons down the bottom there. The positive contribution of CitySafe. I see it was down from last year, but this survey would have been taken prior to us approving the extra 5 CitySafe officers?
No, it wasn't. It was after that. For me, this is a commentary is that when it's a free, people have asked, it's free text commentary, and so when we've cut and diced that, if they've made a positive comment about CitySafe, that gets tagged. They've made comments about feeling safe. And I would suggest that CitySafe is a contributor to that, even though it may not have been specifically highlighted.
Okay. And just lastly, since our CitySafe guys have been trained and are out and about in the suburbs now, have we had any comments from businesses in regards to those guys?
Yes, because we've done over 500 business visits, and the feedback from the businesses has been overwhelmingly positive. Our interaction with members of the public in and around those areas has likewise been very, very positive.
Fantastic. Yeah, I'll see them at 5 Crossroads a lot. Thank you.
I just want to pick up on a couple of bits of wording in here. There seems to be areas that seem quite loose to me. Page 174, 1.6, the Help May Harm anti-bigging campaign. Now, there's not actually an anti-bigging campaign, and I'm just wondering if we may remove that wording, because looking at there's a lot of social media interaction at the moment actually on this very subject. I thought it was, it's not specifically an anti-bigging campaign as such. And I think when it came in, we were quite clear to say that. We weren't taking a position on bigging. You Help May Harm, yeah. It's basically, it's a community involvement campaign on how to do the right thing, rather than to specifically be anti-bigging. It's a small semantical, as the chair would say, splitting straws argument, but that means we're taking a position on bigging, and we specifically haven't taken a position on bigging.
What's against that law?
Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, I was just wondering when it was seen as an anti-bigging campaign, because I thought it was actually seen as a community help campaign.
Let the question be answered. Mark's asked it clearly.
So the wording that's captured in that particular document is cover over from 12 months ago when the actions were identified. So we've just used the words that we had 12 months ago in reporting on that, but we can take note and change some of that wording.
Well,
Excuse me.
If you've, I guess I'm wanting to get a sense of whether you guys see it as an issue or not, or maybe it's just me. I'll yield if I'm the only one, but just seems to be
It's a fair question.
directed.
I guess I can only speak for myself, so I mean, if you're asking me, do I see that as an issue? No, I don't. As Andy says, we've repeated language that was in the first draft of this that came before council and got passed through the resolution of council. I don't think we've deviated away from that at any stage.
Okay, so thank you. The answer's been given,
Yeah.
and Mark, you might well want to make some points in the discussion.
It's not a die in the ditch one,
Yeah,
but thank you.
so the
Okay,
question's been-
point, just a couple down. Same page, Dave, 174.
No, that's on 171.
I'm on 176, I beg your pardon, 176, mate, sorry. 1.8, continue to work with the regional council to identify improvements to public transport services. Is that in relation to city safety, is it? Including routes within the CBD?
That's part of a wider conversation about the safe and efficient use of how people feel safe going about the using of the transport systems.
Right, okay. It's just we've done a lot of talk about it in Access Hamilton, and I haven't seen it come up as a city safety idea. Is it? Is it?
In relation to the CBD shuttle bus versus
Correct.
the alternative
Absolutely.
Type of thing
so
that's coming on stream soon.
Okay.
Eva-Lise is nodding too, so that might be something to catch up on.
Yeah, I'll take that offline. Cool, going well so far. All right. Question 2.7, point 2.7, next page 177. Probably another one I've missed. Continue daily lunchtime litter collection. That's under transportation.
Yes.
That is transportation?
Correct.
It's not waters like every other?
No, and I'm getting lots of nods from behind you, and
getting nods
respectfully,
from
if you
here,
want
yeah.
Eva-Lisa to discuss that with you as well.
Yeah, let's go. 3 from 3 so far.
So,
But no, can you explain that to me?
so as part of the Central City Safety Plan, when it was first implemented, our Infrastructure Alliance team actually collect the litter and from the street during a period of time, yes, between 11 and 2, during the weekdays and Saturday. And so they do come and ensure that our city looks great when people are around at lunchtime.
Exactly. All right, give me one more shot at this. Okay, because I'm just kicking it so far. Page 175, the smoke-free policy. Have I got the right page? Probably. Yeah, page 175. The smoke-free policy thing. I seem to remember when we talked about that. That was when the vaping discussion came out, and I remember having a very strong discussion around the fact that we were going to revisit it in a year, when there was more data from the DHB about the vaping. Do you remember that discussion? Was that written down in a resolution or not? Do you remember that discussion? Yeah. And I thought we put it on hold because we didn't have enough information. We were going to revisit it in a year's time.
I think it was a committee note.
Yeah.
Was it? But we
So
could,
it doesn't
we
turn
could
up
check that and get back to you.
So it wouldn't need to go in here.
But it
as
is
an action.
noted, so Nick Chester was handling that
Yeah,
policy, so it's
Yeah.
on his radar screen, yeah.
All right, so it doesn't need to be in here. Is that right?
No, I don't think so, we've got that noted, so, but thanks for highlighting.
Brilliant. Okay, following that highly successful line of questioning, I shall retire. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on page 167 of the agenda, noting that there's, so with the business surveys, half the result the following year, half the participants, I should say. And while there's, still up in the 500s around the community survey, 45 people actually do make quite a difference there. So in the results, have we taken that into account and given proportional?
No, we've simply reported the results as they came. I did follow that up with Vanessa from the HCBA, and she's not here to speak, but she had a view on that, and that was clearly that when her members were unhappy, they were very, very keen to be involved and to make their commentary known in the surveys, and that as they are or have lesser concern around safety issues, they don't have the same desire to in fact take part in the surveys. I can't add any comment to that other than to repeat that's what the feedback was.
Is that a reason to include or not include based on one's perception of why we have more responses?
So Vanessa sends to all of her members, so there's about 1,200 people who are invited to participate in that particular survey. And that, as Calvin's kind of mentioned, that's some of her noting of the conversation that she has around that. In terms of do we change the percentage stuff as a result, we don't, we just record as that. But you are right, 45 compared to 90 is significant.
Yeah. So where we could say, so there's, it seems that we are saying the trajectory of feeling safe is going upwards. We're feeling more safe. May not actually be the case.
But it may also be the case.
But the thing that I'm pointing out is that it may not actually be the case. Yeah.
You raise a good point around how the data's collected we need to look at.
Yeah, we've simply reported it as it is.
Yeah, kapai. Do we collect, and sorry, it may be in here, but I can't see it, other demographics like age? It is in there, but we won't report on it.
We do capture questions around ethnicity and age and household status, and we don't traditionally report that, but we do have a lot of data. So if you're interested in a particular slice and dice of what this looks like, we can have a conversation with
so that
her
data
around that.
Could be shared with elected members who would like to see it.
Yeah, so if the way that we report, you'd like to know more, we're more than happy to alter our reporting to give the answers that you guys want.
So it would be good to Pora and the new council for you to maybe inform how that goes forward. Everything's in that kind of,
And just to echo Māngai Māori, Māngai Te Ua, around the Māori Wardens, can I just clarify what you mean by over time? Is that like 12 months over time or 5 years? Or
look, it's been over the last 2 to 3 years. I'm picking that. When I first started here, they had they were very engaged, very present. We tried to actually incorporate them into the strategy, into their first strategy, into one of the actions in terms of the Central City Safety Plan. They were, I don't want to say reluctant, they were saying that actually we have a range of commitments across the city and or to various other things that are occurring across the city, and that we could not commit to a long-term or to a continuous presence, except they did for the transport centre, and that was highly successful for a couple of years, but that would be the better part of 12 months ago now.
Just on that, encouraged to go back through TPK, like what was advised in the wellbeing budget, the Māori Wardens received a lot of support.
Oh, look, we have a lot to do with Linton and the team, still.
So any further questions to Pora? Thank you for those. We also have Mayor King.
Just want to follow up on your help may harm, Andy, and your comment saying that you could just take it out. And I've just gone onto our website and it's just clearly there and it's directly about begging. So how can we just take it out? Or were you not going to do that in the end?
In terms of the strategy, articulates a promotion of anti-begging marketing and education campaigns, and Your Help May Harm definitely has an attitude of how do we have conversations that are really helpful for our community response so that people feel safe around a range of different environments. In terms of getting into an argument about having words in or out, we're not precious that a campaign has to use particular words.
It's not a campaign, it's a policy of council.
So just to move on from that, I think what was fair
No,
that
no,
Mark...
I've left, I'm not, this isn't about Mark. This
he
is
asked
about,
the question was answered.
No.
Nobody has proposed to change anything there,
Yes,
Andrew.
Andy did propose to change it, and I'm
You
just
said
checking that he's not going to change
right?
it.
You said it could be changed, but there is no formal proposal to
No,
change it.
he said, I'll take it out of the report, but you're not going to, are you? It's just that it's clearly a council policy and it's up on our website.
There's no formal resolution to remove the wording at this stage, as I can see. The question was raised, there was a response to it. Mark is thinking about that. He may hold a different view in debate. There's no formal request from this gathering to change the words at this time.
Okay. And because it appears to me to be more than it seems to me to be a policy, or certainly a position that we've strongly taken. It's through, Kelvin, your department, the City Safe area, could it, I'm just got back from Melbourne and how very well behaved the traffic is there, to the point of when you go down the motorway, they change the speed as you go, and if it's 40 k's, you do 40 k's, and nobody dares go okay over until you're outside of that sign, and I'm just not used to that from the way we drive here. So there's obviously a huge amount of monitoring going on of speeds. Is it time we started working with central government to get permission for local councils to be able to monitor speed and red lights cameras? And if that's the case, would you see that could fit in with the City Safe program? Because I know it's a little bit broader than, you know, it would make you a traffic policeman as well as having a police force. But I'm just asking, would that be where it would fit in if we did start working with central government on this? Because I just don't see the traffic monitoring being done in a strong enough way like it used to be done.
So in the interest of time, Mayor Andrew, I think you do raise a really interesting point that's worthy of discussion. I just think it's a little bit out of scope today, and I think we need to move on, let the other people finish their questions and get into debate. But I do think that you raise an interesting point for discussion within the new council.
Thank you, Councillor Paula. So do you see that it could fit in under City Safe?
Look, it's a really, really broad series of questions you've asked there, and I'm not sure I can give you a concise answer. Have I considered it? No, I haven't. Is it appropriate to sit with City Safe? There's a question there. Would it be more appropriate to sit with city transportation, for example, where they actually have a full-time sort of focus and delivery around transportation? You can make an argument, I would suggest, either way.
Do you control the camera systems?
Sorry?
Do you control the camera systems, City Safe? Is that under City Safe?
They are.
So this is about red light cameras and speeding cameras, so would that be a place that could fit?
Look, again, I haven't given that any consideration. I'm not going to give you an answer now. Yeah, the answer is anything is possible, but I haven't given it any consideration to this point, so I can't give you a response of any more detail.
Okay, so I suggest we move on from this because I think it's well understood and the question has been answered. We're not going to progress that any further. Do you have any questions on something else?
So where I'm heading, Kelvin, is this a place where we could move a motion or amendment for us to start working through City Safe and through elected members or the Mayor to start dealing with central government on a change to these laws to allow them to come into local government? Because there is an issue here, and it's got to be, if we're going to pick it up under a department, is this an opportunity?
As a council, I'm going to give you a very nondescript response. As a council, you're entitled to make any resolution you want, and you all know that. If you're asking me, again, I haven't given that any consideration, and I'm not in a position to say that it should or shouldn't be framed around City Safe or any aspect of, because I don't think it's the appropriate way to, in fact, nominate a particular part of council to be the formation of what may or may not lead to a resolution. I think if we're going to, it should be a council, just be council.
Evelisa.
So further to that, that exact topic has been an item on the Growth and Infrastructure Committee with a letter going to central government, NZTA, requesting exactly what you're asking in terms of local government having authority to manage red light cameras. So there is a process central government is going through. So that is actually on our radar at the moment to complete.
But
we can't answer any further. Put up a recommendation if you like, Mayor Andrew. I'd like to move on, please, Councillor Tooman.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I could have a great discussion with the Mayor on this issue, I think. I noticed on page 170 where the increase in the business perceptions of safety is a real good result. And the bottom part of that there, the provisional police results shows a 4% reduction in the CBD crime. Andy, has any work been done as to, with the increase in number of apartments going up within the CBD, has this had a contributing effect with the number, more people there, of course, less crime? Have we looked at that?
Haven't looked at that specifically. What I can advise and say, they are provisional results because the police data is not going to be available until October. And I'm not even aware that the police have done any in-depth review around, certainly not locally here. Anecdotally, in other parts of the world they have, but I'm not sure that we could necessarily take that as being representative of what we would get here in Hamilton.
Okay, thanks, Calvin.
Thank you for that. No further questions, so we'll go to the recommendation, which I think is just to receive. I'm happy to move. Councillor, thank you, Councillor Bunting. All in favour, and you want to speak to it? I do. Okay, of course, you want to raise those points.
Yes, I just want to clarify the anti-begging point I was trying to make through my questioning. I'm looking at the Hamilton website here as well. The Your Help May Harm is not an anti-begging campaign. It's a community response to assist when begging occurs, to address begging. So it's a begging addressing system as opposed to a big anti-begging system. Now, you may sort of snuffle away over here, but it's quite different. This actually involves the community and gives them something to do. And I was right there at the radio station when we came up with this very idea and brought it to council and went to People's Project with the whole flipping thing. And this came from a conversation with the then mayor about what to do when people come and give you money. The problem was the community had no response. The community were doing different things all over the place. Some were giving money, some were giving food, some were saying F off, etc. And it was quite disparate. So this is my debate speech, Calvin. So this came together to give the community a combined response of, hey, let's send them off to the right place, rather than just give them cash. That's where the origins of this was. So this was to give the community something to do to address begging. It wasn't to say begging is bad. We've got bylaws for that, you're right, James. We've got bylaws that say it's illegal to beg in certain places or whatever it is. That's anti-begging. This is addressing begging. So that's the point I was trying to make, and this is more of a positive, proactive campaign. And I just wouldn't want it to be seen as an anti-begging, vagrants are bad, because I think they'll be setting us back about 5 years. So that's the point I was trying to make out of that, and I hope I've made it roughly clearly enough.
We'll go to the vote to receive the report, please.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. We'll now go on to item 13, which is civil defence. Hello again.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, again, this is a quarterly report back to council. The report can be taken as read. I'm happy to answer again any questions if anyone has any.
Let me see, do they? Moved by Councillor Casson.
Just one question. Calvin, recently the Civil Defence Organisation came through and I did interviews with myself and a few other people. Have we got any feedback on that at this point in time?
Yes, we have. I have draft results. And
positive?
I can say it is a pleasing improvement.
Okay.
But it's embargoed by the group controller pending the completion of the reviews of all TLAs across Waikato.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, councillor Tooman. Any discussion? Oh, we've got a mover. Sorry, we didn't have a seconder.
Top Shirang's resigned today.
Sorry, I've been in a civil defence
Okay.
controllers meeting all morning. We were unaware of that.
Unless I've missed something or misread something online.
Okay.
I think you're referring to the Civil Aviation Authority.
Civil aviation.
Okay, apologies. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Okay. So it's been moved by councillor Casson. Is there a seconder? Councillor Henry? Thank you. All right, so it's been moved and it's been seconded. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Which brings us on to the next item, which is just my chair's report, which will be very, very quick. Firstly, I just want to thank you, Mayor Andrew, for the opportunity to chair this committee over the last 3 years. It's been a privilege to do so, and I particularly like the way that it's brought me into close proximity with all parts of our community nearly all of the time, so that's been wonderful. We've actually got quite a lot done through this committee, and this is all credit to the team, the staff team, and other people out there, including all of yourselves, councillors, who've advocated for various aspects of improvement through the long-term plan. Personally, I'm really delighted with what we've achieved through the Central Library, and I'd like to thank you, Rebecca, for what you've done in leading that project too and making it come to fruition, and very soon we're going to see what that looks like, yeah? So I think that's great. The water world, I think we'd all have to agree that having come from a really poor state, no acoustic tiles, ancient water reticulation, dodgy flooring material and all of the rest of it, to what we've got now, we've come a long way. So all credit to everybody who participated in that project. I am due to time picking a few winners. I apologise for that because there's lots of things that go on in the community development team that aren't as obvious as Waterworld is. I know, for example, that we've also been fixing assets that have less visibility, such as the crematorium, so that it's no longer a leaky crematorium, which is a good thing. And we've been doing quite a bit of renewals and maintenance around parks and playgrounds. And of course, we've established some new playgrounds. And I'm sure that, Maria, you and your team must be absolutely delighted with the outcomes of the latest 2-3 playgrounds that we've got, and the one that's soon to open at Innes Common. So I'd like to thank you for the work that you've done, and just to acknowledge as the chair that a lot of what we get through comes through passionate community people as well, and that is really delightful to me. So Liz was one of the passionate voices that I've heard from this year, but there's been many, many others who've raised issues with us. I've raised them with staff. I've always found staff to be responsive and open to working with people to put what's wrong right. Lance, thank you for your work as the GM. The fact that I can call you any time and, you know, occasionally get a little grumpy at the information or whatever's coming forward. And I want to thank everybody who's been a deputy to me over the last couple of years. I certainly still do miss, you've all been great, you've all input. And Ryan, may I say that I'm particularly pleased with what we achieved with the Rototuna Village Hub. And I know that a lot of words that went out in those consultation documents was because you had a close look at them as well. So I thank you for that. Do I miss Philip? Yes, I do. I think we all do. I have to acknowledge him as I go out because I think he was a community champion for a very, very long time, and his passing was a huge loss to the city, as we all acknowledge. But I think if he were still sitting around the table next to me, he would, and he used to whisper things quite often, he likes to have a little talk. He would be very, very pleased with some of the things we've achieved. He would be exceptionally pleased with what's going on at the settlement centre, because he used to say that we'd never change that reserve status. He was worried that they'd always be constrained to their place, and he would be jumping through hoops about Kote Pacifica, wouldn't he? Because he's been working with the Pacific people for many, many years. So on that note, thank you all. As I say, it's been a pleasure. I've really actually, you may not believe this, especially Gary, you might not believe this, but I have actually valued the questions and the debate and the quality of discussion that we've had through this committee. And I also like the input from the Māngai Māori. It's pretty hard coming into a committee part way through and trying to grapple with everything that we grapple with. But both of you have made yourself available to me whenever I've had a question or a perspective that I needed. So thank you for that. So thank you, everyone. And to everybody who's standing for election in whatever capacity, best of luck. Thank you. All right, now we're going to item. Oh, sorry. Yes, receive it, please. Just receive it. Thank you. Somebody move that verbal report. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Gallagher, second it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further to obviously endorse everything basically that you've said, Madam Chair. Thank you for your service and work, and also particularly a poignant reminder of the wonderful presence still of Philip Young, and I think his presence was definitely here in the chamber today, particularly on a couple of those crucial matters. Look, I just have one question about process, and I just want to clarify my understanding so we have it on the record. This is to do with the petition, which I understand has been received by Council with regard to the fenced dog park, or dog exercise area, I should say, near the yacht club in the Innes Common area. I understand the petition has been tabled and it will be processed concurrent with an update staff report at a meeting in November-ish. Is that correct? And I'm just wanted to get that process right.
Sorry, Martin. I meant to mention that in my report.
No, it's all right.
Bring you all up to speed, but you're absolutely
it's cool.
right.
I just want to confirm that understanding I have, that's all.
Yes, absolutely. The plan is to bring the petition and the report to the 28th November.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So we've got, so that's
one of
noted.
the pieces of work that will be
And just through the
forward.
chair, I take it the neighbours, the residents have been updated with that process, have they?
Yes, I've spoken with Carolyn and I'm to follow up with an email.
Oh, good. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Move that the verbal report be received. Thank you. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So now we move on to item 15, which is the Council's draft feedback on the MOT's discussion paper for Clean Car Standard and Clean Car Moving the Light Vehicle Fleet to Low Emissions. And that was quite a mouthful, wasn't it?
You've read half the report.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd just like to take the report as read and respond to any questions.
Are there any... Thank you, Councillor Tooman, Councillor Bunting. Any questions on that? Any comment on that? It just seems like a very sensible way forward, doesn't it, really? Thank you, everyone. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Okay, now we're going to move to go into public excluded. Somebody please move that occur. Councillor Bunting, Councillor Gallagher, all in favour? Opposed? Carried. And now I've just got to open up my diligent and find the right one.